Chapter 56:01. Jian Wushuang knew in his heart that after he joined forces, the true spirit of the calculation would not let him out. He wanted to go out for a while. Now, it is to his liking. After making the plan, Jian Wushuang asked again with doubts, "My lord, if you go out, wouldn't it be right to meet extinction? The current extinction is in the primitive universe. Even if he travels to the long river of time and space, he may not be able to escape the palm of his hand. Unless you leave this long river of time and space, I will send you to other time and space rivers, but the more powerful time and space rivers. When you go there, you don't need to have any worries. Strive to enter some powerful forces. The stronger the better. With your talent, it should be no problem. It's to explore the way for the Temple of Qishan. After understanding the layout of the extinction, the true spirit no longer dared to plunder the tester from the outside world. If he cultivated a few more chess pieces, he would just lose his wife and break down." Jian Wushuang nodded. When he heard it, there was no problem with this. Going to a stronger time and space. Maybe if you are lucky, you can still reach the time and space of teacher Xian Yi. Work hard. There is not much help that Qishan Temple can give. You will need to work hard in the future. Zhun Ling left after a few words of encouragement. Jian Wushuang was left standing alone. Zhun Ling's last words were humble. The treasures of the Qishan Temple are far more than these. He just got a source of everything. After Mo Luo found that there was no movement, he rushed to this side for the first time and found Jian Wushuang still alive, and he was relieved. "Young master." Mo Luo respectfully stood aside. Jian Wushuang waved his hand and said, "Get a flying treasure, go to the nearest teleportation formation, and return to the heavens. The boundary is considered complete. I am afraid there will be nothing to miss in the future. Going back to the heavens early to prepare for harmony is the key. With the origin of all things, he can raise the power of life to a new level, and the realm of black holes can also break through in one fell swoop." The two went to the boundary in a high-key manner, and finally left in a low-key manner. The outside world also left a seed for Jian Wushuang. The mighty long river of time and space, the vast starry sky, hidden too many secrets. He wants to explore one by one, looking for Teacher Xuani, to solve the unsolved mystery. Before embarking on a new journey, he still needs a lot of preparation. After returning to the heavens without any hesitation, he went straight to the Senate Palace. The last time he left the Senate Palace, he was beaten away by Wuzhua. This time Wuzhua and the three palace owners personally greeted him. And Wuzhua was at the forefront because of his closest relationship. Although the two hadn't met for a few days, the other parties still showed a look they hadn't seen in many years and excitedly welcomed Jian Wushuang's return. The three palace masters even put their stature to the lowest. Even Changfeng's sword god was all smiles, knowing that Jian Wushuang killed his own brother. Forgot after so little time? But it's right to think about it. Since the plan for that time has been fully revealed, the sword Changfeng hates Wuzhua as well and will never resent Jian Wushuang. And he didn't believe that Jian Wushuang could kill Tai San. I'm afraid that Wuzhua shot secretly. Now he is very passive. Among the three palace masters, Qing Niu still made money as before. He didn't lose, and when others lost, he still didn't lose. Always stand in a neutral position. Palace Master Lu Hua was the right treasure. This time he was the most happy. On the first day of return, entertainment is inevitable. Some acquaintances in the Senate also came to congratulate. Qiu Huang, the old man with horns, and those ancient fifth-order emperors of the primitive universe. But now it's not as simple as the fifth-order emperor. Following Wan Yan, Dongsheng, and him, There are also several Fifth Order emperors who have also entered under the three bridges where the demon god general is seated, and have received quite a lot of goods. Many have entered the Sixth Order emperor, Wanyan and Dongsheng, who were the first to enter, entered the Sixth Order emperor even earlier. However, these people all admire Jian Wushuang. A Taoist monarch can kill Tai San. As for the battle between the human realm and the earth realm, it had been blocked long ago, and they didn't even know it. It still stays at the level of Jian Wushuang beheading the Sixth Order emperor. If they knew that Jian Wushuang could kill even Zhu Jian now, he didn't know what he would think. Everyone, I'm sorry everyone, the origin of everything in the North Watch Tower. Jian Wushuang also rarely pretended to be confused for a while and talked about this matter. The North Tower was originally a holy place for all practitioners because he is about to stop now. After Dongsheng heard it, he stood up and said, Wushuang Taoist friends do not want to say, the strong is respected, this is what you deserve. And you also personally committed the risk completely eradicating that. The base camp of the Shadow Sect. So much credit plus your strength. All of this is what you should have got. There is nothing right or wrong. Dongsheng is right, Brother Wushuang. I stand by you. Wanyan also followed. Those veterans who had a good relationship with Jian Wushuang also spoke. In fact, the origin of everything, he doesn't need to swallow all of it. Only half is needed, but the remaining half is useless. The North Watch Tower had to stop. Seeing the sincerity of these people, Jian Wushuang waved his big hand, said, Everyone, I would like to take out 1/3 of the origin of everything and reward everyone. Since pretending to be confused, simply be generous for a while. He ate meat and let these people drink some soup. After everyone heard it, naturally they were not hypocritical, and they were overjoyed. 1/3 of the origin of everything, that's a lot. It is distributed to everyone, which is more than what you can get by breaking through a dozen or so floors of the North Watch Tower. Jian Wushuang got up and said, Now I'm going to divide it. He is so selfless this time, and he has some selfishness in his heart. After he got together, he was leaving. Leave the universe that protects him. Leave the temple of Qishan. In the outside world, now, apart from the true monarch who was suppressed, there is also extinction. I don't know if the original universe can survive. According to his guess, the passage of Daanhuan is in the Daisai domain. If extinction follows the passage and enters the divine power universe, I am afraid that the home world will be over. Even if Mieshing disdained to do this, I am afraid that after the true monarch breaks free from the restriction, he will swallow the primitive universe wildly, and it will be finished by then. In the future, these people will have to guard the primitive universe. Now it's okay to take advantage of it and treat it a bit. Speaking of Zhongnong, Jian Wushuang led everyone directly to the North Tower. There will be no chance in the future. Everyone has no confidence to break through. You can go and try. Jian Wushuang was not in a hurry, and there was nothing to do a few years later. After everyone heard it, their hands were really itchy, and they entered the North Watch Tower one after another. Even if there is no number of times, Jian Wushuang also gave the opponent the number of times to break through the level and enter at will. Anyway, the origin of everything is his, and the three palace masters naturally have no opinion. The veteran who guarded this place sighed in his heart when he looked at Jian Wushuang, who was full of spirits. Chapter 56:02. Once an ordinary to no more ordinary tester, from the end to the peak. Thinking back to the meeting when he had just entered the Temple of Qishan, he was only the third-rank Dayan immortal, and now he has become a peerless Daojun. Compared with other Taoists who are more against the sky, his advancement speed may not be too fast, but the increase in combat power can definitely be ranked in the forefront. Now, his true combat power can be cut with a single sword. Among the inheritors, only Shang can be compared with him. When Shang entered the temple of Qixin, he was already the Fifth Order Ultimate Emperor. After Jian Wushuang joins the Tao, he will become the true #1 inheritor, the undisputed #1 regardless of potential or strength. Familiar figures entered the North Tower. Most of the inheritors here are powerhouses above Tier 4 monarchs. After those Fifth Order emperors entered the Temple of Qixin, many people now go to the Tomb God Mountain. They go quickly and come back quickly. After all, the resources of the Tomb Mountain are limited, and it is impossible to leave so many inheritors at the same time. Survival of the fittest. Wu's figure walked out of the North Tower, with some smiles leaking out of his face. 75 floor, over. Congratulations, Brother Wuzhua. Jian Wushuang nodded. Wuzhua didn't change his face and said loudly, compared with you, it's still a little far behind. I only broke through the 5th floor. No one can break your record so far. I'm lucky too, Jian Wushuang said modestly. Now he is facing harmony and gradually begins to calm down. In the past, fierce, now introverted. This is also the performance of accumulating. Don't you try? Wuzhua asked curiously. He knew that Jian Wushuang's strength was not that simple. When he killed Tai San, Jian Wushuang already had the power of a Tier 6 top emperor. Now that so many years have passed, I am afraid that the combat power has reached the 6th Order peak. In the North Tower, it is possible to reach the 60th floor. Don't worry, let them play first. Jian Wushuang didn't care. It may be helpful for others to rush to the North Tower, but for him, it has no effect. The origin of everything belongs to him. Now his demand for the origin of all things is not so great. After he becomes the emperor, the condensed origin of all things will probably be no weaker than all things in the universe. More importantly, he holds the power of life, which is stronger than the origin of all things. Swish! The ranking of the North Watchtower is constantly changing. Because it was the last time the North Watchtower was opened, everyone worked hard, and many people successfully broke through. There is also an acquaintance of Jian Wushuang, who even broke through the 3 levels, refreshed his own record, and also refreshed the record of the 5th Order Emperor. Ji Chaoyang. The proud young man who met on the primordial star is now a powerful 5th Order Ultimate Emperor. Although he is not the ultimate way to perfection, he is also the ultimate emperor who succeeded in joining the Tao when he reached the 8th floor. He is the same as Shang level. The least achievement in the future is also an absolute strong. Moreover, he really got the inheritance of the gods on the Tomb Mountain, and he is now a candidate for the gods. My son is extremely talented. A middle-aged man who looks very similar to Ji Chaoyang. He said nothing, boasting about Ji Chaoyang's performance in the North Tower with his friends next to him. This person is the original universe, the emperor of the Ji family dynasty, originally just a 4th Order emperor. Now he is the 5th Order peak emperor. Ji-san, you gave birth to a good son. Many people came forward to congratulate. Someone sighed in the corner. Jian Wushuang spotted the sighing 5th Order peak emperor at a glance. The father of God Emperor Mo Long? In Primordial Star, Jian Wushuang faced his strongest opponent, Mo Long. At that time, the opponent was absolutely powerful and treasure beyond imagination. It's a pity that he fell in the battle of the devouring demon siege. Otherwise, it is also a 4th Order emperor or even a 5th Order emperor. Fight chance. All will fall. No one can blame this. Jian Wushuang also stepped forward, congratulating Ji Chaoyang. The relationship between the two is pretty good. Brother Wushuang. Ji Chaoyang was also very excited. The 5th Order emperor had reached the 57th floor. already have Tier 6 top combat power. Jian Wushuang patted the opponent on the shoulder and said, "Step into the Sixth Order Emperor early, and you will have the opportunity to go to the secret realm together in the future. Well, when the time comes, pull Huiqing up, let's be together." Ji Chaoyang just said, thinking of something. The joy on his face also pulled down. Huiqing is now sent to the Tomb Mountain by Zhenling, still asleep. It is not so easy to wake up. The injury was too serious. After all, it is not bad to resist the palace Master Qinglong. It will be good to be alive. It will take a while to recover, but I don't know if true spirit has that kind of grudge against Huiqing. Ji Chaoyang's father was even more delighted to see that his son had a very good relationship with Jian Wushuang, the man of the day. Now, Jian Wushuang is in control of the origin of everything, and he is willing to give them 1/3 of the old guys. Of course, he has to flatter himself. Jian Wushuang nodded, replied, "It will. As for the origin of everything, of course it is equally divided. Since it is wooing people, it must be fair. Otherwise, it will be counterproductive. In the future, the original universe will change, and those who are less powerful will have complaints even if they let them desperately. In one day, millions of inheritors and indigenous emperors all made it through, and they were all promoted to the extreme. Some people even made it several times in a row, completely squeezing their own potential. Everyone is waiting for Jian Wushuang in a tacit understanding. One is to wait for Jian Wushuang to divide the origin of everything, and the other is to see Jian Wushuang make another breakthrough. Back then, it was rumored that Jian Wushuang had cut triathlon, and they all assumed that Wuzhou was secretly engaged in the ghost, but now it is the best verification. It was the sword Changfeng who was most embarrassed. Regardless of whether Jian Wushuang broke through or not, he was extremely embarrassed. He broke through, proving that Jian Wushuang did kill Tai San by his own hands. "Everyone, give me 1/4 of an hour." Jian Wushuang's breath suddenly rose, and his robe flew like a devil. "This is the last time I rushed to the North Tower." When he first rushed in, he realized the power of life. He still values the North Watch Tower. Maybe there will be some surprises this time. I wish Wushuang brother another success. Everyone watched Jian Wushuang enter the teleportation formation of the North Tower, and they were all waiting. Dongsheng even made a huge case out of thin air, flipped his hand, and took out 100 squares of universe crystal and patted it on the case, saying loudly, "Everyone, I can beat Wushuang brother. I can break 10 more layers." He said this, although some people were taken aback first. But fortunately, Wanyan cooperated well and immediately jumped out. "Then I will beat brother Wushuang, no more than 10 floors. After speaking, he also took out 100 square cosmic crystals. Chapter 5603. The eyes of everyone watching this scene are enthusiastic. That is the universe crystal. The ordinary Sixth Order Emperor can't take it out at all. Only Zhu Jian has it. Only some Sixth Order Emperors among the inheritors took the shot. Upon seeing this, Wuzhou directly took out 1,000 square cosmic crystals, attracting countless enviable eyes. "I will play with you too." The 3 palace masters all ended. Some powerful Sixth Order Emperors didn't hesitate to take out universe crystals one after another to play with them. After all, it's a lifetime. There is still something to be pressed. Now it is over 10 layers, but there are twice the odds. Dongsheng was very happy. After so many cosmic crystals, how could he not prepare? "I've asked Jian Wushuang privately if he can exceed 10 floors. Jian Wushuang had already traversed more than 50 floors and added 10 more, but it was more than 60, and he had absolute strength. In the eyes of some people, this is simply impossible. In addition to Dongsheng, these Sixth Order Peak Emperors, and the absolute top, on the other side, for the weaker Fifth Order Emperors, they also opened a handicap. This move is so lively, compared with the outside world. There is deathly tranquility in the North Tower. The black-robed man, with 6 sharp knives in his hand, could not move and was frozen again. This time, Jian Wushuang carefully observed the all-thing star and finally killed the opponent's soul with a sword. 55 floors, 56 floors, 57 floors. Except for the number 1. Everyone just blinked. Only one sword can solve the opponent. How could you? After several breaths, Jian Wushuang had already stepped into the 60th floor. It has already represented the ultimate combat power. The current Jian Wushuang, under normal circumstances, can burst out of the first to the top of the battle power. With the help of the power of the starry sky, it can reach the top of the top for a short time. In the normal state, Jian Wushuang could reach the 63rd floor. Outside world, from noisy to deposition, everyone held their breath. After another level, the emperors who could not break through 10 levels with Jian Wushuang were about to go bankrupt. Ding! The number next to Jian Wushuang's name changed again. 64th floor passed. Jian Wushuang's strongest combat power under normal conditions could only barely reach this level. But this is not the end. Clenched fists with both hands, and thought to touch the mysterious starry sky. A vast force came in an instant, lifting his breath to the extreme. This is based on Broly's changes and improved. There are also secrets contained in the eternal changes. He created a starry sky catalog, so he can't just do it with a sword. So use this trick to improve yourself through the power in the star catalog. Although it was short, it was able to increase his strength several times. In the light blue starry sky, extremely powerful, and the superficial power surrounding Jian Wushuang's body can produce an electric arc that extinguishes the void. Now, Jian Wushuang is no longer as simple as an absolute top. If you use the universe, I'm afraid you will be able to enter the peak state for a short time. You still have a backhand. The Guardian was about to collapse. When he met Jian Wushuang for the first time, he was ravaged. He wanted to get it back later, but Jian Wushuang didn't give him a chance at all. After such a long time, I finally waited until Jian Wushuang entered the North Tower again, but it turned out to be continuously crushed just after he entered. And this time, Jian Wushuang's realm remained unchanged. He was still a Taoist. Exit, Jian Wushuang pointed out, and an aurora shot directly killed the opponent. Only 6 sharp knives fell to the ground. The space changes again. To maintain this peak state, there is probably only a stick of incense time. These times are enough for him to reach the 70th floor. At this time, the outside spectators were already surprised and couldn't close their mouths from ear to ear. Is this Tao Monarch? Dong Sheng himself felt incredible. Although he knew that Jian Wushuang could enter the 60th floor, he did not expect Jian Wushuang to be so perverted that he broke through to the 70th floor in one fell swoop. He suddenly regretted that he had long known whether Jian Wushuang would be able to break through the 15th floor. The 3 palace owners felt incredible. A Taoist monarch can actually be comparable to the best. This is the real leap. It's a big step. In ancient times, I have never heard of such a peerless figure. If the great Emperor Julian was a mountain that couldn't be crossed in the top of the mountain, then Jian Wushuang was a mountain in the eyes of Dao Jun. At present, the most heaven-defying ultimate Taoist of the Tomb Mountain, it is not bad to be comparable to the Fifth Order Emperor, but Jian Wushuang can be comparable to the absolute peak, and even has the ultimate peak of combat power. Iron Sword is even more frizzy. Fortunately, he is more aware of current affairs. Not to mention how strong Jian Wushuang will be after he Dao. I am afraid that he can be killed now. Among the 3 palace masters, the only one who can compare with Jian Wushuang is Qingyou. Although Palace Master Lu Hua's strength is not bad. It may be a problem that he can't reach the 70th floor. If you can say that Jian Wushuang can stabilize the pressure, it will be nothing. It's still going on. Ji Chaoyang was even more excited and couldn't help but reminded, Brother Wushuang still rushing. 71 floor. This time, it's not that easy. Jian Wushuang's breath continued to decrease, and the time to maintain his peak state was approaching. When he was not a last resort, he didn't want to use any sword. I thought you could not use up your power. The guardian of the black robe, the 6 sharp knives used without flaws, directly suppressed Jian Wushuang. Although ridiculed, he had to admit that this was the greatest Taoist he had ever seen. It was even more against the sky than the great Emperor Jueyun back then. The Emperor, at any rate, has mastered the origin of space. If it was recognized by the origin of time in advance, it would indeed be against the sky. But Jian Wushuang, a Taoist monarch, could achieve this level. No one can guarantee that he is not the next Jueyun great emperor. Perhaps the next time Jian Wushuang came, he would really be able to keep going. The 99 floor will be cleared sooner or later. Broken, Jian Wushuang roared, and directly drew out the Jueyun sword, pierced 6 sharp knives with one sword, and directly shook the opponent apart. He was panting at the same time. In fact, according to his combat power, he could reach the 73rd or even the 74th floor. However, there is too little time to maintain this peak state. Every time you pass the level, there will be a short stay time, which wastes a lot of energy. On the 71st floor, the journey was a bit unsuccessful, even a little reluctant, but on the 72 floor, Jian Wushuang had absolute confidence, and one sword would pass. One trick, eat all over the sky. He really never lost this sword. The time he dealt with Broly, if it hadn't been extinct, he would have cut Broly a long time ago. Call. The space on the 73rd floor hadn't arrived yet. Jian Wushuang directly chose to admit defeat. Time to leave. After using which sword, he no longer has any backhand. As for Yi Nian Universe, it is still useful in the first few layers, and the follow-up help is not big. After Jian Wushuang left, the Guardian was shocked. At the Sword of 72, he didn't have any power to fight back and was completely crushed. Chapter 5604. Even at the 7th or 5th floor, he might not be able to take any sword. The first Sword of the Star catalog, after all, was able to slay a strong man like Broly. At that time, Broly was already able to rival Wuzhou. After 72 floors, there is no problem naturally. After returning to the main hall, countless people looked at them, shocked and incredible in their eyes. From now on, no one would dare to question Jian Wushuang. If you add a time limit, I am afraid that after countless epochs or in another era, someone will remember Jian Wushuang's name. Invincible Daojun, the origin of all things has been divided into millions of shares, and he has also achieved everyone's share, distributing to those strong, although some are not enough. But for the 5th Order Emperor and the 4th Order Emperor, it is a great opportunity. While grateful to Jian Wushuang in their hearts, they are also working hard towards Jian Wushuang. Before Jian Wushuang retreats, he also talked a lot with Dong Sheng's veteran powerhouses and talked about the current situation in the primitive universe. Let them always pay attention. He knows a lot, but he can say very little. He just threatened the Demon Lord to say it again. In case the other party really unlocked the restriction ahead of time, then there would be no tribulation realm in the Qixin Temple, but it would be embarrassing and could only watch the Demon Lord go to slaughter and devour it. But according to the true spirit, among the 3 true kings, the Mountain King disintegrated, and the Demon King was suppressed. The strength has dropped a lot, and the strongest is the ancient monarch who was suppressed in the depths of the first prison. His strength is preserved intact, at least 6 calamity realm combat power. Even if the demon ruler releases the restriction, I am afraid that the three tribulations realm would be considered good. But even so, no one is an opponent in the Temple of Qixin now. The true spirit couldn't get out at all, and the law body that got out was too weak. The Zhuangzhong who took refuge in the true spirit was only in a catastrophe state, and his strength was not enough. They have to rely on these inheritors. In addition to the threat on the surface, there is also the extinction. The opponent came for his life force. The collision of death and life, the plans of countless epics, are all for him. He has to be more careful. After returning to the familiar Dongfu, it was empty. Jian Wushuang crossed his knees on the futon at random and began to count the treasures available to him. There are many treasures that can quickly improve his strength, and all of these can be used. The stronger the strength, the more sure. Universe crystal, 300,000 square meters. Jian Wushuang nodded. In front of him, a high mountain appeared, and the whole body was cosmic crystal. Originally intended to swallow these cosmic crystals, but after having the origin of all things, it would be faster to swallow the origin. These cosmic crystals are hard-won, and it will not be too late to wait for him to become the emperor. 2/3 of the origin of everything. A magnificent source, the source of the original of all things. The origin of the six tribulations realm powerhouse. It's his now. He is very close to the realm of the black hole, and swallowing these origins is enough for him to break through. He stretched out one hand and gently touched the origin of all things. His spiritual knowledge opened up, and the vastness of all things went directly into the body. In just an instant, his body swelled in a circle. This source is too pure. Jian Wushuang couldn't take it anymore, and stopped quickly. The origin of all things was moved directly into the sea of his origin. It would take a long time to swallow the origin, and he couldn't waste this time. It would be nice to be responsible for devouring a clone. He has more important things to do. The chess record, the Guantian chessboard, and the inheritance of the first true king need to wait for him to practice after he arrives at the emperor. But this is not in a hurry. Right now, he needs to comprehend the power given to him by the Starry Sky Atlas. The power of the stars. This is not the power of Jidao, but the power of Kendo. Star Kendo. This can be regarded as Nie Yuan's inheritance. In other words, Nie Yuan got the Starry Sky inheritance and gave it to him. It's just a pity that Nie Yuan's strength and potential are too weak, which sword directly caused Nie Yuan to die. If he had his strength, I am afraid it would not fall. Even if he can use which sword he can use now, the backlash that it can bring requires him to stop for an hour, not only to replenish his life force. This was because he had mastered the power of life. If he didn't have the power of life, I am afraid that he would die just like Nie Yuan's fate. He didn't grasp the power of the starry sky at all, just borrowed it or even used it stealthily. Naturally, it will be backlashed. Moreover, the power of the starry sky, with its own origin of time and space, is very difficult for him to bear, let alone the two together. The first sword. Jian Wushuang used his swordsmanship in mind, and with a sword out, his whole body languished. Puff! This time, he was directly backlashed and seriously injured. The power of mind alone cannot mobilize this power at all. No, the realm is still too bad. Let's try again after the black hole realm. Jian Wushuang shook his head. His current realm is indeed too low. The power of the starry sky is simply not understood. Simply creating a sword is only with a little power. The power of the starry sky, when upgrading oneself, is even more crude. Kendo still needs to be released. Otherwise, he will fall into his own hands no matter how he plays. It is better to study first how to use the power of the starry sky in oneself. You read the book www.okanshu calm, and then go dedicated to kendo. Previously, he had done it the other way around. First, he used the power of the starry sky on the sword, and then used it on himself. Mind force moved. A group of weak starry sky power appeared at the fingertips, and at a glance, there was no boundary in sight. With his eyes now, he can see space carefully, and even his thoughts can perceive time. But he couldn't see through the power of the starry sky, although it is only a trace, a small group of cohesion. Jian Wushuang saw a huge universe from it. Looking closer, the universe continues to disperse. He didn't stop until he was groggy. Can't see through. Only one universe can be seen. Who would have thought that just such a little power of the starry sky contained a universe, even more than one universe? The mystery of the starry sky is not what he can imagine. In the subsequent time, Jian Wushuang has been obsessed with it. He Dao is not a day or two. He needs to be fully prepared. He got the Dao from the starry sky, and perhaps the chance of being in harmony is also in the starry sky. Everything is possible. In the cave, the eternal unchanging. Outside the cave, there was a change every day. The number of testers gradually decreased, and the number of inheritors began to stabilize. The number of people remains the same, and the resources of the Tomb Mountain remain the same. This is good news for those who inherit it. It's terribly bad news for the real spirit. In the long river of time and space outside the original universe, I don't know when it started, and there appeared a hall exactly like the Temple of Qishan. That great hall stood in the long river of time and space, and the movement made was bigger than that of the Qishan Temple. It is directly open to the strong in the long river of time and space. Obviously, it was made by extinction. Chapter 5605, Temple of Destruction. After realizing the discovery, the true spirit directly issued the death order, and all the emperors who entered the Temple of Destroying the World were killed. The Temple of Destruction and the Temple of Qishan are also enemies of life and death. Although the inheritors didn't know much, they didn't think it was a bad thing. Especially Shang. He rose up and went directly to the long river of time and space to provoke the Temple of Destruction. In just one epoch, the strong who appeared in the Temple of Destruction were no weaker than the inheritors cultivated in the Temple of Qishan. A large number of ultimate emperors have appeared. The momentum of opposition to the Temple of Qishan is unstoppable, and all this has nothing to do with Jian Wushuang. He has been unable to retreat, but the outside world has not changed his legend. Even many people think that he has succeeded in harmony. Jian Wushuang thinks too. It's just that when he comprehended the power of the starry sky, he just didn't pay attention and passed an era. There is no trace of time, but a long time has passed. The 4 secret realms are completely unified without any resistance. Most of today's inheritors have entered the primitive universe. Although the Temple of Qishan no longer absorbs trialers, those inheritors go to the primitive universe and even go to other universes, opening the mountain gates, as if they were opening a mountain and establishing a sect. These inheritors of them can be regarded as a generation of disciples. The second generation disciples are the strong ones taught by the inheritors. This is also something that true spirit acquiesces. The appearance of the Temple of Destruction has disrupted the plan of the gods and can only be changed temporarily. But the effect is not bad. This long river of time and space has entered the era of great explosions. The first era is the first glimpse of the universe. The second era is the era of the appearance of the Temple of Fortune. This era is very short and very glorious. The third era is the era when the 2 palaces compete. Both parties have continuously invested a lot of resources, which has thoroughly stimulated the potential of this long river of time and space. In the past, the era when the Fifth Order emperors were all strong men had already retreated. Now, traversing the long river of time and space, you are not a sixth-order emperor. You are embarrassed to say that you are a strong man. It can already be seen that in the future, there will be some strong men who are against the sky in this long river of time and space. The time for an epic is not enough. There were many superpowers in the First Era, but there was still not one in the Tribulation realm. Originally, everyone was most optimistic about Shang. After all, the first ultimate emperor, in the end, there was no movement after an era, has been looking for the absolute top of the temple of destroying the world to fight, and there is no sign of breaking through. But the strength is powerful and terrifying, and he has faintly become the number one strong in the long river of time and space. And this long river of time and space has also been crowned by people. Although it is not the name of the strong, it is related to the two halls, destroying chi, time, and space. When this name appeared, the true spirit almost went directly to the temple of destruction, but the more he thought about it, the more he was afraid. The original prediction was too accurate. Really want to destroy the temple of chi. Compared with the outside world, Jian Wushuang's deposition is also very magnificent. In the power of the starry sky, he looked down at the starry sky, uncomfortable. Now he has created two pinnacle secret methods by virtue of the power of the stars. The starry sky catalog, the kendo that contains the power of the starry sky. The eternal change contains the change road of the power of the starry sky. In the past, when he was promoted to the peak state, he could only maintain a stick of incense, but now he can maintain it for an hour. This is only the first change in the eternal change. After he becomes the emperor, he will continue to walk this way. As for the star catalog, he didn't study much, but continued to perfect the first sword. Now, the backlash time brought to him is gradually shortening. He can even rely on the power of life to make up for the backlash, but the price is that he can't use the second sword within an hour. But this is a huge success. In this way, after he casts the first sword of the star catalog, he can still maintain his peak state. It won't be a direct realm drop after finishing the first sword as before. In this era, he received a lot of goods. The space realm has reached the black hole realm. The dream black hole realm finally arrived. Moreover, more than half of the origin of all things is left. After he is in harmony, he can devour it, and he can fight for the peak of the black hole realm. He is not yet in harmony, and he is thinking about how to become a catastrophe. The space is perfect, the peak secret method. He is now considered preliminary. After joining the Tao, relying on the power of the stars, you can practice the pinnacle secret to completion. It is the easiest space to step into the universe. It is also his greatest support to improve his strength. Once he has mastered the universe, his thoughts about the universe will turn into the real universe, plus the power of life. Jian Wushuang has already begun to yearn for it. If the universe created by his mind can give birth to life, doesn't it mean that he can open up the universe? But one thing is trouble. There is vitality, but there is no origin. This is not good either. Can't let him use the power of all things to evolve the origin of all things. This will reduce his strength instead. Guantian chessboard. Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up, and he thought a little. Many of his origins are in the Guantian chessboard. If the Guantian chessboard is integrated into the universe and cooperates with his life force, can't the chess pieces on it be resurrected? If this were the case, Jian Wushuang could have imagined that when he was at war with people in the future, a group of powerful men would fly out on the Guantian chessboard. After swallowing his saliva, he is not thinking about it. All this is coming soon. Let the strength prove it. Hadao is right in front of you. Exit. Westbound. Wow. He directly tore the space and appeared above Yuanyang Lake. Nianli glanced around, frowning. What about people? Jian Wushuang asked in surprise. He found that the powerhouse in the entire Yuan Elder Palace was at least 99% less, and they are all unfamiliar faces. Just when he was puzzled, a figure came in front of him. The person here was Wuzhua, but it was just a Dharmakaya of Wuzhua. Nowadays, the long river of time and space is opposed to the Temple of Destruction, and there are frequent battles. His deity needs to sit in the outside world. Now, the two halls are fighting each other with the universe as the unit. Wushuang, I thought you were going to retreat this time, and you are ready to join the road directly. Wuz was said with a light smile. Jian Wushuang shook his head and replied, before he joins the road, I really need to go to the Mahayana Lingshan in the west. That's right. So I will help you transmit your voice to the ancestors of Mahayana Lingshan. Let them come directly. Wu's was said that he was still so domineering, asking for help, but he had to let the other person come directly. Although Jian Wushuang was a little uncomfortable, he was still very grateful, but this time he was going to go personally. It was a matter of great importance and could not be willful, so he declined Wu's kindness and asked about the current situation. The strong people in the Senate Palace have dropped sharply, and it seems that the strong people in the Senate Palace are all indigenous emperors. After hearing Jian Wushuang's doubts, Wuzhua recounted the big and small things that happened in this era. Chapter 56:06, Temple of Destroying the World. Jian Wushuang's eyes shrank and his voice trembled. He can be absolutely sure that this is definitely caused by extinction. Now, the outside world is indeed chaotic. Fortunately, Jian Wushuang breathed a sigh of relief as the opponent stood in the bright spot. As long as the other party is in the bright spot, he is not afraid. I was afraid that the other party kept hiding, so he didn't dare to go out. Even so, he would not leave the Temple of Qishan. What if extinction is waiting for him? He didn't dare to take risks, so he should follow the instructions of the real spirit. Brother Wuzhua, then I will leave first. Maybe I won't come to the Yuan Lao Palace again for a long time in the future. Everything is cherished. Jian Wushuang clasped his fists. The other party did not help him less. He also remembered the other's kindness. It seemed that Wuz was still failed to become the Lord of the Palace, and was still the Lord of the Hall of Law Enforcement. But now that the outside world is so chaotic, the status of the Lord of the Hall of Law Enforcement is probably not much weaker than the Lord of the Palace. After the success of the Harmony, he will go to the Tomb Mountain, and then it is estimated that he will leave this long river of time and space. It may not be easy to meet again. Wuz seemed to understand, too, holding his fists in the same way, but this time he didn't say much, and said sincerely, "The same for you." Then Jian Wushuang pointed his toes, stepped on the void, and disappeared in place instantly, heading to the central hall. Standing in the same place, Wuzhua, looking at Jian Wushuang's back, took a while and left like him. During Jian Wushuang's flight, he didn't find the old man with horns. On the contrary, Qiu Huang's law body has been guarding the central hall. After seeing Jian Wushuang, the doppelganger was immediately energetic. "Jian Wushuang," Qiu Huang said with a smile, "You kid, you are finally out." Jian Wushuang slowly landed, leaking a smile, and walked slowly. The two met as if they were in Qiu Huangcheng for the first time, sitting on a step indifferently, looking up at Qiu Huang. The other party was already a sixth-order emperor, and I heard that it was a good mix. The deity did not go to the outside world, but went to the realm. After talking for a long time, Jian Wushuang got up to leave. Before entering the teleportation formation, Qiu Huang hesitated and finally stopped Jian Wushuang. "Brother Yang, fallen." This news comes from half an epoch ago. At that time, the robbing of the universe was the fiercest, and Yang Sanmu was a caster and a sixth-order peak emperor who was transferred from the rear to the front battlefield. This was also his willingness, but it was a pity that he met an extremely strong man. After Jian Wushuang heard the news, he was stunned for a moment. He slowly turned his head and squinted and saw his Jueyun sword hilt. This was the peerless divine sword that the old man with horns had bought from the Suzaku Palace master at a great price. Who made the hand? Jian Wushuang stood on the spot, leaning back against Qiu Huang, unable to see the expression on his face, but his tone had suddenly dropped to freezing point. Qiu Huang's voice was also a little hoarse. After all, he was an old brother how many years old, and he was also sad. It's Broly, the #1 powerhouse in the Temple of Destruction. Click! Jian Wushuang's footsteps were crisp, and he walked directly onto the teleportation formation, leaving only a short sentence. I will avenge him. This sentence is very decisive and ordinary. It was only when the teleportation array was turned on that Jian Wushuang's complexion in the color channel turned ugly, turned to look at Qiu Huang's position, and roared, I will avenge him. This is cause and effect. At the beginning, he let people kill Broly's father at will, but now Broly kills the sheep Three Eyes casually. The murderer will always be killed. Can't blame anyone. Only when it happens to someone will there be that anger. Normal world. At the current level, it still cannot be changed. Perhaps they are still just mortals. After understanding the power of the starry sky, he sometimes felt that the universe in which he lived was also a point of condensing in one force. Maybe it is, maybe not. A month later, on the pale yellow mainland in the west, a figure flew without rush or slowness. After entering the Western Territory, Jian Wushuang didn't have trouble riding on the teleportation array, but chose to fly slowly. In the current heaven, too many powerhouses have been drawn. Maybe those strong people also went there voluntarily. Everyone yearns for a bigger world. The true spirit may promise that all the native monarchs who leave the Temple of Qixin can help them repair their roots, but they must make a life oath not to betray the Temple of Qixin. This requirement is not excessive at all. Naturally, countless people go to the outside world one after another. As long as you arrive at the Emperor, you can leave. No matter how weak it is, going out will not help the situation. Most of the strong people in today's world are just a Dharma body. The deity has gone out. It is a great opportunity to be able to repair the origin, and everyone wants to go out. As a result, Jian Wushuang flew all the way without even encountering an emperor. It's all Dharmakayas. If it was in the past, even if the heavens were stable, I am afraid that they would have to meet a few eyesless emperors of the demon Tao. Now it seems that these people have gone to the long river of time and space. It's like a bird with its wings broken, suddenly healed its wings, and was released from the cage. Now, Jian Wushuang is the same. He also wants to go out and have a look. West Mahayana Lingshan. Close in front of you. Okanshu. See him on a majestic golden mountain. The Buddha's voice is faint and golden light appears. Jian Wushuang stopped before and after reaching the gate. After all, if you want to ask others, you can't be too rude. In Xia Jian Wushuang, come to worship the mountain. Jian Wushuang clasped his fists slightly with kindness on his face. It is only 2 little novices who guard the gate, which is the greatest goodness to the outside world. One of the young novice monks, dust-free, white and flawless, stepped out to the front of Jian Wushuang, folded his hands and bowed slightly, and said, Well, please wait a moment. Thank you. Jian Wushuang folded his hands together and gave a gift, Mahayana Lingshan. In a unique backyard, a few linden trees outline the appearance of the mundane world. A spiritual mountain powerhouse, living here, sits cross-legged under the linden tree, meditating. When Jian Wushuang arrived, the Bodhi bracelet in his hand suddenly stopped. And outside the door, there was also a voice. "Uncle Meowie, please, master." The bald woman sitting under the linden tree is Gong Meowie. Since she was released from the Senate Palace, she went to the Mahayana Lingshan and chose to escape into Buddhism. Ignoring the outside world, Jian Wushuang has become his demon even more, so that he has not been completely eradicated in the time of an era. Now that Jian Wushuang has arrived, and the mountain lord of Mahayana Lingshan asked her to go again, I am afraid that today is the best opportunity to break. Compared with the harshness of the past, Gong Meowie is now extraordinary and truly free from earthly grudges. Although he found Jian Wushuang's aura, he was still a little uncomfortable, but he could deal with it with a normal heart. After Nie Yuan's fall, let alone Jian Wushuang's breath, even if she heard Jian Wushuang's name, she would go crazy and want to kill Jian Wushuang. Chapter 5607. The Depths of Lingshan. There are many arhats. Each of them is an emperor, and the weakest is the fourth order pinnacle. In the Mahayana Lingshan, only by achieving the highest level can there be the title of Buddha. There are 3 Buddha masters in Lingshan today. In other words, there are 3 superpowers who are genuine Western hegemony forces. In the Northern Territory, there are 3 superpowers at the same time. None of them. This western border is much stronger than the northern border. Lingshan Hall, above the main seat, the 1,000-star Buddha, Lord wearing 1,000-star robes with kind eyebrows and good eyes, is explaining the wonderful mystery of the 3,000 Buddhas to the Buddha below. The arrival of Jian Wushuang raised his brows slightly. Today, the powerhouses of the 4 great secret realms have almost all gone to the long river of time and space outside. Only the powerhouses of the Mahayana Spirit Mountain, no emperor was born. Everything has its own cause and effect. This is the last word that 1,000-star Buddha said to everyone, and it is also a word to those powerful people who are anxious to enter the long river of time and space. Now that the cause and effect have arrived, their Mahayana Lingshan is about to move into the long river of time and space. Jian Wushuang is that cause and effect. Universal, you pick up that distinguished guest. It'll wait for you under the Gyuri tree. The 1,000-star Buddha disappeared after speaking. At the same time, Qianqing Buddha also notified Gong Meowie. The meaning of this is self-evident. After taking the order, the universal bodhisattva walked down to the foot of Lingshan without rush or slowness. But Jian Wushuang, at this time, was still waiting honestly. This time I came here, one is for the cause and effect to kill the calamity, and the other is because of the heart of the beast god. Once the causal killing and robbery is lifted, Jian Wushuang can directly unite. After the heart of the beast is obtained, he can even upgrade the beast soldier to the state of full body, and he will be one of the strongest treasures after he becomes the emperor. In the early days of the Taoist monarch, he relied on the beasts and gods to kill the quartet. It can be said that without the beasts, there would be no him today. The beast soldier can not only enhance his divine body, but also enhance his perception of space. And there is also its own domain. Although it is not as good as Yin Universe, it consumes very little and can instantly form a small area of the beast god domain, unlocking the power of rage and increasing his combat power in close combat. This treasure must be obtained. Of course, he will not it. It is better to return it. There are a lot of treasures in his body now, and there is still 1/3 of the origin of everything, enough to change the heart of the beast god. The heart of the beast alone, although the strongest component of the candle dragon, is not as powerful as the treasure of the universe. At best, it is comparable to the ultimate eternal treasure. If it is possible, he is willing to take out 10 pieces of eternal treasure to exchange. Good person, my Buddha, please. The universal bodhisattva who arrived was very polite and bowed slightly to greet Jian Wushuang. This universal bodhisattva is a genuine sixth-order emperor. When Jian Wushuang heard this, he also slightly returned his respect, followed behind the opponent, and entered the Mahayana Lingshan mountain. After stepping in, the sound of Buddha gave him a sense of relief in his mind, which was very comfortable. This Lingshan is really extraordinary. No wonder, to solve the problem of cause and effect, Buddhism is needed. Jian Wushuang followed the universal bodhisattva and felt that the other party's pace was not rushed or slow. As a guest, he couldn't say anything, so he took this opportunity to ask about Lingshan. According to what Jian Wushuang knew, this Mahayana spirit mountain, also inherited from ancient times, was the dojo of the Lord of the Universe. It's just that the universe of the Lord of the Universe has been shattered, and this Lingshan is placed in the 4 secret realms. The subsequent inheritance, according to the universally speaking, is to cultivate the body in the 4 secret realms, and there is no movement in countless epochs. There are very few strong people born. Has always been low-key. Jian Wushuang nodded, remembering that Gong Miaoyi was here, and asked about Gong Miaoyi. After hearing Gong Miaoyi's name, the world paused for a while and then replied, Miaoyi, a guest of the family teacher, came to Lingshan to cultivate 1 epoch before. How is she now? Jian Wushuang asked. Universal cautiously replied, Everything is fine. That's good, Jian Wushuang said indifferently. I and her are also friends. Since I'm training, don't bother. Originally, he still wanted to meet the last time. After all, he took the inheritance of the other party's father. So how could he have to comfort him? But when he arrived, he felt a little sorry for Gong Miaoyi, and it was better not to see him. So let's ask someone to send some treasures. The two walked across the spacious Luohan Avenue and entered the depths. The ancient tree is an ancient tree with a long heritage on Lingshan. Only 3 Buddha masters are qualified to practice here. Few people usually come here. Rumor has it that this ancient tree can be used to cultivate a second soul, but it's just a rumor, and no one has really done it yet. However, the 3 major Buddhas have been in control, and little is known about this ancient tree. Jian Wushuang didn't expect that the other party would invite him here, and he also had a sense of confidence in his heart. It seemed that this time would be very smooth. Junior, Jian Wushuang has seen a 1,000-star Buddha master. The other party is a master of Buddhism, and Jian Wushuang naturally has to give a junior gift. Okanshu, calm, puts his hands together, very respectful. 1,000-star Buddha smiled and said calmly, A good man is not restrained. Sit down. Raising his hand slightly, the futon flew to the opposite side of the 1,000-star Buddha. Jian Wushuang slowly stepped forward and sat down cross-legged. Friend Wushuang, it's really extraordinary. Qianqing Buddha filled Jian Wushuang with tea himself, and then said, It was only heard before, but when I saw it today, it seems that the strength is stronger than the rumors. Jian Wushuang picked up his teacup, took a sip, and said modestly, Buddha Lord Miao praised. His current strength is indeed a level stronger than before, but he still needs to have a humble heart. After being polite, Jian Wushuang went straight to the subject and talked about the purpose of coming this time. The 2 purposes are also very simple. Eliminate the cause and effect of killing in exchange for the heart of the beast god. 1,000-star Buddha put down his teacup, put his hands in his robes, and said, The causal killing of a good man, I already know this is not difficult for me, but the good man needs to deal with huge torture. I don't know. No problem. Jian Wushuang bit down. It was not the first time he encountered the torture, and he really didn't care about it. Okay, in that case, when the benevolent people kill and tribute through the cause and effect, the heart of the beast will be sent together. The 1,000-star Buddha was very magnificent and directly agreed. Jian Wushuang was also very happy. He didn't expect it to go so smoothly. he was also afraid of making things too ugly. After all, he was asking for help. Junior, there are two treasures, and it is useless to help the younger generation, but the Buddhist teachings used are the best, Jian Wushuang said, taking out two wooden boxes from the mustard seeds. The treasures contained here were bought from the temple at a great price. When passing by the temple headquarters, he happened to meet Guangmu Tianzuan, and the other party pointed one or two, and he bought these two treasures. Chapter 5608, a full 100,000 square cosmic crystal, was spent. Even if the Mahayana Lingshan inherits the ancient times, there are very few cosmic crystals stored on the mountain. Even if there are 100,000 square meters, there is no place to buy such treasures. One is a Bodhi bracelet that Buddhism must use almost a human hand. But the sword on both hands is not ordinary. That was the ancient times, when under the of Chishan went to other time and space rivers to behead a demon monk and got it. The demon energy contained in it has naturally been eliminated long ago, and now only the power of Buddhism and Taoism is left, and its power is extraordinary, comparable to the treasure of the universe. There is another one, which was separately prepared for the 1,000-star Buddha. It is an example, a relic formed by the Lord of the universe after sitting. The help of this thing to Qianqing can be said to be infinite, because now the true spirit can help them repair their source. After the source is complete, they naturally want to go further and become a catastrophe. This relic can help Qianqing shorten that process. Among Buddhism, no one would say no to the relics. After Qianqing repeatedly shied away, he was still taken into his arms. Both sides looked at each other and smiled. At this time, Gong Miaoi was also taken under the Gyuri tree. As soon as that breath appeared, Jian Wushuang's complexion froze. For a while, I didn't understand what the other party meant. He came to relieve the cause and effect, and let Gong Miaoi come over. Didn't he deliberately add to the blockage? But since the other party had invited him, he naturally didn't dare to neglect. Jian Wushuang was also embarrassed when he saw Gong Miaoi's complexion not looking very good. After standing up, he could only greet slightly, "Friend Miaoi, how are you doing these days?" "Thanks to you, everything is fine." Gong Miaoi just leaked a smile and answered perfunctorily. Qianqing stood up at this time and became a peacemaker. Of course, after he said his words, Jian Wushuang also understood why Gong Miaoi had come. It turned out that when this causal killing and calamity was lifted, it was necessary to enter the Gyuri formation in the Mahayana Spirit Mountain, and the person who presides over the big formation needs an acquaintance who has a deep causal relationship with Jian Wushuang. Gong Miaoi is the best candidate. After thinking about it, Jian's two-faced color remained unchanged, and he followed the 1,000-star Buddha to the large formation inside Lingshan. Because they are all pregnant, Jian Wushuang's heart is full of coldness. This time, he felt like someone was calculating him again. How could it be so coincidental? He came to the Mahayana Lingshan to relieve the cause and effect, but Gong Miaoi entered the Mahayana Lingshan ahead of time. Will there be someone's calculation behind this? Naturally, the worry is extinction. Jian Wushuang directly transmitted the voice to the true spirit through the Kishan's personal board, but the other party did not answer for a long time. Let him have a short beating in the bottom of his heart. No, I have to stabilize myself first. Jian Wushuang strongly endured scruples in his heart. Now it's to solve his cause and effect. If he panics, he doesn't need others to calculate. He himself will be finished. Here. 1,000-star Buddha stopped, pointed to a cave, and said, "Inside is the core of the formation. Miaoi, you only need to preside over the big formation outside the cave." After Gong Miaoi heard it, he didn't stop and went straight to the cave, sitting cross-legged at the entrance of the cave, and several small flags appeared in front of him, which was the center of the formation. Although Jian Wushuang had some doubts in his heart, he bit his head and walked in. Just before entering again, he directly performed the ancient changes, and his breath reached its peak state. If he were to make a move now, I am afraid that no one in Mahayana Lingshan would be able to survive. Before entering, he first smiled at Qianxing amicably, then looked at Gong Miaoi and said, "I am also very guilty for Nie Yuan's death. Since I inherited your father's kendo, I will rectify his name in the future." After hearing these words, Gong Miaoy's eyes clearly changed, but he did not respond to what Jian Wushuang had just said. Jian Wushuang was not surprised and walked directly into the cave. After he entered the cave, Thousand Star Buddha leaked a smile that was not easily noticeable, and a thought force conveyed the news that Jian Wushuang had entered the formation through the Buddhist beads in his hand. It's just not clear to whom this news was passed. Besides Jian Wushuang's side, after entering the cave, it was pitch black all around, and nothing was seen. Going all the way, the more I go, the more I feel wrong. When I came, I forgot to inform the real spirit. He was too careless, thinking that after his strength changed again, he felt that these 4 secret realms could not threaten his existence. Or before entering this place, he should also ask Qianxing, what ability does this formation have to eliminate his cause and effect? He was confused now and could only keep moving forward. Light. Jian Wushuang walked and watched a light appeared in front of him. With a move in his heart, he seemed to have grasped something. In the dark space around him, seeing a light naturally meant that he had grasped hope. Go. He hastened his pace, wanting to get to the source of the light quickly. But no matter how fast he walks, the light is still in place. It can't be reached at all. No. Jian Wushuang shook his head. This light is not in the space here. His current spatial realm is already a black hole realm, and he can see it naturally and thoroughly. He was a little hurried just now, but calm, but forgot. This made him stop, closed his eyes, and no longer looked at it with the naked eye, but used the origin of space to perceive the space of this place. The 9-layer space was divided one by one, and Jian Wushuang was a black hole in the space surrounded by stars. It turned out to be here. Jian Wushuang leaked a smile, turned his head, and took a step directly to the position of the light source. The darkness around him disappeared instantly and was swallowed by the light. Jian Wushuang walked out of the cave. He was surprised at the outside look. "Why did you come out again?" Gong Miaoi asked in surprise. The 1,000-star Buddha who was waiting by the side was also extremely surprised and said, "Good man, why are you so fast?" Jian Wushuang was even more surprised. Why is the location of the light source the entrance when he came? He entered the cave house for almost a day and finally came out again after going round and round. No, Jian Wushuang suddenly shook his head. He couldn't feel the killing intent brought about by the causality in his body. Karma is lifted. He actually relieved the karma-killing tribulation. This is too simple. 1,000-star Buddha came over. His expression was happy and congratulated. Congratulations to fellow Taoist Wushuang. The cause and effect has been eliminated. So simple. Gong Miaoi, who was sitting cross-legged at the entrance of the cave, was a little puzzled. Jian Wushuang also felt incredible, but it was indeed over now. The causal killing and robbery is gone. He is now extremely relaxed, and he can go in harmony. In joy, Jian Wushuang left everything behind. He is about to join forces and will soon become an emperor. The road to the top is getting closer and closer. The causal killing has been lifted, and he didn't need to stay here. After accepting the heart of the beast god, Jian Wushuang directly took the teleportation array in the Mahayana Lingshan to the central state of the heavens, the headquarters of the temple. Chapter 5609. The next goal, Tomb God Mountain. Set off. But when I arrived at the headquarters of the temple, I found that many emperors gathered here. Their faces were extremely solemn, and the Guangmu Tianzuan personally led the team. "Brother Guangmu, where are you going?" Jian Wushuang discovered that these emperors and powerful men were all inheritors, and there were no native emperors. The strength of these inheritors is mostly fourth-order emperors. There are also several fifth-order emperors, and there is only one sixth-order emperor. Obviously, these inheritances are all rising stars. When Guangmu Tianzuan looked solemnly at Jian Wushuang, he sighed and said, "The demon lord was born united with the Temple of Destruction and aggressively attacked the universe controlled by the Temple of Qishan. Now, the war outside continues to escalate, and the manpower is not enough. Can only let these inheritors go to the top first. The devil is born." Jian Wushuangrong trembled and said in surprise, "How can it be so fast? Didn't it mean that there will be several more epochs?" "That's just a guess. Or it may be that the powerhouse of the Temple of Destruction secretly made a move and liberated the devil in advance." Guangmu Tianzuan replied. The two didn't say a few words, and a majestic voice came. "It's true spirit. The arrival of the true spirit's body will take these inheritors to leave the Temple of Qishan." Seeing that Jian Wushuang was also here, and that the causal killings had been lifted, Zhan Ling said, "Jian Wushuang, hurry up and join forces. This time, extinction is for you." After speaking, he disappeared in the teleportation array with the people. Only Jian Wushuang stood alone. He did not expect that the war would come so soon. For a moment, he didn't know where to go. After raising for a while, Jian Wushuang just wanted to leave for the secret realm of the Tomb of the Gods, to go to the Mountain of the Tombs to prepare for the road. It suddenly went dark in front of him, and he didn't know where he was going. There was darkness in front of me. Only countless memories flooded into my mind. Is he in harmony? Do not. He is in harmony. This is Jian Wushuang himself was completely at a loss. He was clearly in the heavens for a moment, but he was in a secret chamber the next moment. Moreover, his spatial origin has actually reached the peak of the black hole realm and is now devouring the sword and the extreme ocean. A huge picture of the universe is expanding. He will succeed in harmony. A vast force poured into his body. It was a force that surpassed the pinnacle. Hadao. Jian Wushuang did everything uncontrollably. Although he doesn't know what happened, he always pays attention to the method of harmony. The black hole swallowed the kendo and merged with the extreme Tao, eventually ascended to the space universe. He reached the ultimate perfection in one step, only one step away from the robbery. Jian Wushuang was not happy yet. His eyes were dark again. This time, he didn't know how long he had been asleep. When he woke up, he felt tired and painful all over his body. Hadao failed. The universe was shattered, and within the sea of his origin, several rounds of hot dark light rose up, constantly destroying his origin. This time, Jian Wushuang discovered that he could control his body. "What's the matter?" Jian Wu's face sank, and he suddenly agreed, and suddenly failed. He obviously didn't do anything. Why did the harmony fail? Not reconciled. If he failed in harmony, it would mean that he will be unable to make any progress in this life, and he can only stay here. Not only that, but his power will still be constrained, and he must be suitable for suppressing the backlash of the Sea of Origin. Otherwise he will fall. Although Hadao failed, he has mastered the universe. After the cosmic secret method, after the harmony naturally reached the realm of Mahayana, absolutely complete. But there is no life. Vitality. Jian Wushuang's eyes turned, suddenly thinking of something. Since he got out of the Mahayana Spirit Mountain, he seems to have never felt the power of life. The problem definitely lies in Mahayana Lingshan. Jian Wushuang dragged his tired body and stood up directly. He wanted to see where he was now. The heavy Haishi gate was pushed open by him, and a beam of light hit his face. The dazzling light from the outside world was evident, and it was a secluded valley. But it is not an ordinary valley. Looking at the long river in the sky, Jian Wushuang found that he was actually in the long river of time and space. This place is not the Temple of Qixin, nor the primitive universe, but the long river of time and space. Boom. Kill, kill, kill. The originally secluded valley was instantly destroyed. The monstrous killing intent came, the rocks bounced to pieces, and countless huge flying dust covered the sky and the sun, just like a doomsday scene. It's from the Temple of Destruction. Run away! Several emperors flew out from the cave mansion in the mountain. Each took out the treasures and prepared to fight. The huge halls of supreme treasure moved from the void. Countless strong men came in an instant. Jian Wushuang's heart moved. Brother Wushuang, why haven't you left? Jian Wushuang was very familiar with the speaker and was Emperor Dongsheng. At this time, Dongsheng was already an absolute powerhouse. He led several Sixth-Order emperors against those flying halls and saw Jian Wushuang appear and quickly shouted, "Hurry up! Don't let Misheng find you. Otherwise, this long river of time and space is really going to end." Extinction. Do you know extinction? Jian Wushuang asked in surprise. Shouldn't this news be concealed? It seems that the current situation has reached the point of frequent collapse, or that the temple of the gods has been defeated. They are just resisting desperately. This must be dreaming. Jian Wushuang shook his head. He couldn't believe it, and he didn't want to believe it. At the last moment, he had clearly just left the Mahayana Lingshan. How could he suddenly reach the long river of time and space? And he failed in harmony. Brother Dongsheng, where's the true spirit? Where did Shang and Huiqing go? Although Jian Wushuang didn't believe that this was the real world, he couldn't help but wonder what this long river of time and space has become. There was blood in Dongsheng's eyes, and his lips trembled. They are all dead. They all died for the primitive universe. They died for you. You must live. After finishing speaking, a hand knife slashed directly on Jian Wushuang's neck, and Jian Wushuang's eyes went black again, and he fainted. In the Temple of Destruction, the burly and domineering Broly sat on the throne. Report. Found Jian Wushuang in the Infinite Valley. Set off. It was nothing more than a small group of powerhouses from the Temple of World Destruction that appeared above the Infinite Valley. But now the terrifying Broly shot himself, leading countless troops, and swept in once again. At this time, the long river of time and space is full of life, and countless universes are all exhausted. Shan Jun merged the 4 devouring demons and restored the power of the ancient god. The demon lord had already broken free of the restriction and began to devour a large amount of the universe to make up for his loss of combat power. The strongest ancient monarch has never participated in the war. These 3 true monarchs alone made the Temple of Qixin unable to resist, not to mention extinct. This long river of time and space will eventually go to extinction. Chapter 5610. At some point, Jian Wushuang felt the pain in his neck and woke up. At this moment, he was lying on a soft bed. "You're awake." A familiar voice made Jian Wushuang open his eyes with difficulty. He couldn't believe the person in front of him, enduring the exhaustion of his body. He sat up directly, stared at the woman in front of him, and said, "How could it be you? Have you forgotten the original promise?" The woman disappeared after speaking. "Promise?" "Yup. He seems to have made a promise to an ordinary woman in Mine Mountain. Jian Wushuang just remembered now, but the other party had disappeared. Call. He now understands it thoroughly. This place is definitely not real, and perhaps it is also real. It's just different from what happened in his original time and space. I should be still in Mahayana Lingshan now. Jian Wushuang's eyes were firm. As for the present time and space, it should happen in the future. He will fail in the future. Embarked on a road of no return, the temple of destroying the world has really done an act of destroying the world. Senior Wushuang. A shout made Jian Wushuang open his eyes again. Jian Wushuang was not surprised this time. After seeing the dark-skinned young man with a thin body in front of him, he said calmly, "Xingo." It was the casual cultivator he encountered in the human world. Just as he saw at the time, Xingo's potential was huge, and he was already an absolute powerhouse now. Where are we going? Jian Wushuang quickly integrated into this world, not thinking about the previous things. Living in the present, although he does not know why he will appear in the future time and space, but no matter where he is, he has to step into that endless road. After walking the Pinnacle Avenue, Xingo picked up a bowl of water, and after handing it to Jian Wushuang, he said, "The Infinite Valley has been destroyed. Let's go to Mayin Mountain where it is still intact, and the god of Mayin is still alive. We can resist it for a while." Good. Jian Wushuang nodded, and after taking a sip of water, his breath stabilized. After getting acquainted with his body briefly, he found that his current combat power was hundreds of times stronger than before he Dao, but he couldn't fight for a long time now. Otherwise he would fall. Xingo, let me ask you how the Temple of Qishan was destroyed. Jian Wushuang asked the doubt in his heart. He needs to figure out why the Temple of Qishan in the future time and space will suddenly collapse. Xingu lowered his head, frowning, unwilling to mention it. Let's talk, I can accept it. The memories Jian Wushuang absorbed are all fragments, and there is no memory of the destruction of the Qishan Temple at all. It's Lord True Spirit. Xingu caught tears in his eyes and said, "It's Lord True Spirit. He destroyed the Temple of Qishan with his own hands." Before the Temple of Qishan was destroyed, Lord True Spirit moved everyone to the long river of time and space. Jian Wushuang was completely stunned. After the water bowl in his hand fell and made a crisp sound, Jian Wushuang recovered. The True Spirit destroyed the Temple of Qishan. This is really unexpected. If the future time and space are different from his original time and space, it shouldn't be the True Spirit that destroyed the Temple of Qishan. Could it be? Jian Wushuang suddenly thought of something. Miexing was able to come and go freely in the Qishan Temple at the beginning, and I am afraid that he knows more about the Qishan Temple than the True Spirit. The identity of the other party is very mysterious. I am afraid that it has a connection with the original god. Behind all of this, I am afraid that the gods of the beginning played this game of chess again. In the future time and space, Zhenling chose to abandon the temple of the gods for the sake of the big plan of the gods. After understanding, Jian Wushuang took a long breath. The arrival of the Temple of Qishan brought him unlimited opportunities and countless illusions. It's time to break all this. Xingo, I'm sorry. Jian Wushuang's eyes were strong with determination, and his aura suddenly rose to its peak state. The future will be even stronger. He is probably already comparable to Tribulation Realm now. With just one punch, he stunned Xingo, an extremely strong man with good strength. The exposure of his breath caused many people to rush in. "Wushuang, what are you doing?" The first person who rushed in was Ji Chaoyang. Because he was the ultimate emperor, he was the leader of this time, and his strength was extremely strong. Music will. Jian Wushuang slowly stepped forward and said in a cold voice, "Go and do what I should do." "What nonsense are you talking about? Extinction has already suppressed your strength to the extreme in order to swallow you. You must die alone. As long as you live, we still have a chance." Ji Chaoyang shouted angrily. Jian Wushuang raised his hand exerted a slight force, and said, "I have long lost the vitality, so you don't have to worry about me being swallowed." For some reason, when he arrived in the future time and space, he had no vitality. Ji Chaoyang was also taken aback. Although he didn't know much about extinction, he knew that the other party came for the life force in Jian Wushuang's body. Jian Wushuang is indeed out of life force now. They have been guarding Jian Wushuang, but they can actually kill Jian Wushuang, but no one can do it. And they had no hope for a long time. Miexing almost destroyed the entire long river of time and space. They just went to protect Jian Wushuang all the time because they didn't want to consume Jian Wushuang by extinction. During this time, "Thank you very much," begs to make me decent once. Jian Wushuang bowed, slightly towards the crowd. In fact, these people didn't need to guard him. They killed him directly, and they might jump angrily, but they chose to guard. 1/3 of the origin of everything was really not wasted. At least let these people choose to guard him. Guard the primitive universe, guard the long river of time and space today. Jian Wushuang. Without hesitation, Jian Wushuang rushed out of the flying hall and entered the long river of time and space. He wants to return to the infinite valley. There is also a big battle there. Boom. Jian Wushuang didn't reserve anything and used all his strength to fly, turning into streamer and rushing towards the infinite valley. Since the harmony has failed, there is no vitality. He is like an abandoned child. There is nothing to remember. It's better to fight to death. The world in the future is really bleak. In the land where Jian Wushuang passed, many time and space secret realms were turned into coke. After flying for a quarter of an hour, he felt that the strength in his body was gradually decreasing, and the backlash made him miserable. What Thousand Star Buddha said was right. It was indeed a huge torture. He watched the destruction of his hometown with his own eyes and endured the torture of the failure of Hadao. He is a very strong person, a person who didn't compromise the means to become stronger, and how difficult it was to refine the flesh at the beginning. He has never retreated. Now that the Hadao failed, how could he accept it? Infinite Valley. Dongsheng brought a few sixth-order emperors, resisting hundreds of sixth-order emperors and dozens of superpowers, including the ultimate emperor. Haha, they escaped, and I didn't die in vain today. Dongsheng laughed wildly, shook his finger. His fingertips burst out the only light before. That was the last source of power in his body. Chapter 56:11. Go and die. Dongsheng looked savage and chose the one who fought with him to exchange lives. The rest of the Sixth Order emperors are like this. Go to death generously. These former strong men have now chosen to die one by one for the time and space of their hometown. Jian Wushuang was hundreds of thousands of miles away, feeling the falling of hot stars, and his heart was desolate. The miserable future is largely due to his vitality. Of course, there are also real reasons. The Temple of Qixin brought hope to them, and personally destroyed this hope. Originally, this long river of time and space should be heading for prosperity. This is what countless people thought. The conflict between the two halls drove and destroyed this long river of time and space. How dare you? Jian Wushuang broke out again, and a stream of light instantly descended on the battlefield. His sleeves were flying, but Jian Wushuang's face was completely bloodless. Once the scenery was infinite, now it is in despair. Jian Wushuang, an extremely strong man who took the lead, walked out of the crowd and was overjoyed when he saw Jian Wushuang turning back again. Catch Jian Wushuang alive and reward millions of cosmic crystals. Jian Wushuang condensed his eyebrows and sneered. Is the life of this seat worth only 1 million universe crystals? In a flash, the memory in my mind emerged. After he failed in harmony, he never made another move. This is his first shot since he joined forces. It seems that many people have forgotten how powerful he was once. One thought. Jian Wushuang pinches the tactics with both hands. And now his thought power is very weak. Only with the help of secret methods can he use his thoughts on the universe. Universe. This time, it is the real universe. An elliptical universe, like a bubble with Jian Wushuang as its center, instantly covered the entire infinite canyon. This is the universe. Everyone, be careful. The leader is also very vigilant. They are all strong in this long river of time and space, but they just took refuge in the Temple of Destruction. I still know Jian Wushuang very well. Yi-Nian Universe is Jian Wushuang's best pinnacle secret method. How can you not know? You all have to die. Jian Wushuang forcibly endured the backlash from the source and shot instantly. Yi-Nian Universe cooperated with his eternal changes, and the burst of strength was not weak in the Calamity Realm. He may not be as good as the legendary King Jueyun, but he is not much different. Even if the Robber Realm powerhouse came, he was confident. It's just that in the two halls, there has never been a strong robbery, although 2 of the 3 true monarchs had personally shot. But when the Temple of Qixin was destroyed, the 3 true monarchs never made another shot. I don't know if it was an agreement with the true spirit or for some reason. As for the extinction, just as Ji Chaoyang said, in order to swallow him, he has already cut his own realm, and now it is only the absolute top. However, the combat power is the well-deserved number 1. Kill. Hundreds of Sixth-Order Emperors combined their formations on the periphery, trying to limit Jian Wushuang. Those who took part in the war were all superpowers, dozens of superpowers, besieging Jian Wushuang. In the eyes of these people, Jian Wushuang must be captured alive today. Thanks, Tusk, it seems you really forgot. Jian Wushuang teleported and jumped out of the siege directly. The figure went directly to the periphery, and with one punch, the formation formed by hundreds of Sixth-Order Emperors was instantly shattered. All the Sixth-Order Emperors fell. It's just a punch. Before those Zhujian could react, Jian Wushuang shot again like a ghost. This time, his strength is stronger. The beasts of the future are already fully physical, and the power that erupts is 10,000 times stronger than before. Jian Wushuang was amazed by the elevated divine body alone. It's a pity that after he failed in harmony, he was too decadent and never improved the basic temple. The current basic divine body is still 50,000 times that before Hadao, cooperating with the increase of the beast god weapon, it has been able to rush to 80,000 times. So he didn't need to draw a sword at all. He could kill those absolute peaks instantly. With just a breath, raindrops fell in the sky. Emperor fall. Bathed in the rain, Jian Wushuang was extremely excited. He was able to breathe a sigh of fusion with his future self. After suppressing for so long, he finally broke out once. Jian Wushuang. The roar came from a distance. At the next moment, Jian Wushuang had already seen the incoming person. There are tens of thousands of people in the dark. The weakest are the Sixth-Order Emperors. There are more than 100 people alone. Jian Wushuang had forgotten to ask how long it had been since he joined the road at this time. Why the Sixth-Order Emperor is so worthless, and Zhu Jian is so worthless. However, there is not a single tribulation realm. This is not in line with common sense. Broly. At the core of countless halls, there was a burly figure sitting on the tall throne, and it was Broly. Broly at this time is already a complete consummation, is the number 1 powerhouse of destroying World Hall. He didn't know the future, but in his time and space, Broly was the murderer who killed the Old Horned Man. It seems that revenge is about to take place in the future time and space. The two looked at each other, and there was no nonsense. Instant shot. The number 1 powerhouse in the Temple of Destruction. the superpower of change. Absolutely complete. However, Jian Wushuang was very calm. Song. Jueyun's sword. Out. The power of the starry sky. It's been a long time. Jian Wushuang's face leaked a smile. Okanshu. Calm after he failed to join the Tao. I am afraid that after casting this sword, he will fall instantly. But there is nothing to regret. Anyway, this is the future. If you die, you die. If he really died, he would not be in vain. If he falls behind, he reappears in Mahayana Lingshan. He will do his best in this life and all the opportunities in the future to change his way to success. Starry Sky Catalog. The Jueyun sword exploded in an instant, slashed out with a single sword, and faced Broly. Whether it was once or in the future, he was full of confidence in this sword. Because I never let him down. The #1 powerhouse in the Temple of Destruction, Broly, falling. Jian Wushuang shouted angrily. Jueyun's sword completely cut Broly in half, starting from the blade. The surrounding space instantly solidified, and a huge starry sky catalog appeared. That is the face of all people. Broly, who was split in half from scratch, and the scene where tens of thousands of people were frozen. Correct. And Jian Wushuang, who got out of his hand, was frozen in the starry sky catalog before he fell to the ground. This scene will be preserved forever until the starry sky is over. The cruelty of the future. One's chance. Everything is relative. Call. Jian Wushuang saw the light again, but this time he returned to this life. Sure enough, is this karma? Jian Wushuang inevitably sighed, letting him experience the cruelty of the future world, and that would be the end of bad practice. Sometimes it's not that he has to move forward, but someone behind him walks forward against him. Slightly falling behind is a disaster. The causal killing this time is really extraordinary. After a long delay, he still couldn't stop. Chapter 56:12. Once, present, and future. There was no need to say more. He has only been in a few epochs since he was born. Now, he knows best and understands what he is going to do. But the future is different. The future beyond his control makes him feel desperate. If the harmony fails, the Temple of Qixin will be destroyed, and the entire river of time and space will be destroyed. The terrible extinction was far more powerful than he had imagined. I can't fail. Jian Wushuang's expression was serious, and the perseverance in his eyes was as pure as his kendo. The future self has fallen, but the present self will never let his future become that miserable appearance. He not only wants to succeed in harmony, but also to kill all those who stand in front of him. Extinction. Half-step 7 tribulations, realm power. Can't stop him. Once he succeeds in harmony, he will choose to leave the Temple of Qixin and leave this time and space. At least the current true spirit is reliable. In the future, the true spirit will destroy the Temple of Qixin. I am afraid there will be some kind of change in the middle. Otherwise, based on the nature of the true spirit, even if there is a certain connection between the deity and extinction, the true spirit will not be captured. Because of the birth of the true spirit, the inherited will is like steel. In the eyes of true spirit, the god of Qi is a god. For the sake of Morwa time and space, he chose to abandon his own way, and eventually fell like a hero. By no means a villain, but from the facts, the original ambivalence was really a villain. In order to survive, he would destroy the entire Morwa time and space. In any case, Jian Wushuang needs to hurry up while the true spirit hasn't turned averted. Bathed in the light, Jian Wushuang entered a magnificent void. This is a strange place in a long river of time and space. Molo time and space. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly, his voice trembled, and his hands trembled. This time he saw Morwa time and space in ancient times. It is a long river with a wide and stalwart bank. In the river, Countless powerful men and countless universes have been born. As he watched carefully, a strange laugh interrupted Jian Wushuang. Jia Jia. Jian Wushuang turned his head and looked at him. A group of twisted evil spirits were staring at him. There are two eyes on countless ugly faces, staring at him tightly. It's you. Jian Wushuang looked at the ugly evil spirit in surprise. The evil spirits tore their lips in countless numbers and made a hoarse voice together. Do you know me? Inner demon. Jian Wushuang's heart sank, and as expected, he was still calculated. 5 major demon masters, Mountain Monarch, Blood Demon, 10,000 Demon, Heart Demon, Wind Demon. He has seen 2 of the first 3, and the remaining 2, he didn't take it seriously, only knowing that they were taken away by the extinction. Unexpectedly, the Heart Demon was actually inside him. Are you exterminating or Heart Demon? Jian Wushuang asked directly, without any muddling. There is a high probability that the opponent is still extinct and manipulated just like Broly. But Jian Wushuang was surprised that this time his heart was stunned, and he didn't seem to know Daisheng at all. Wow! From the evil spirit in Jian Wushuang's heart, the Heart Demon turned into a red-haired man with a beautiful face, hard to see in this life, and a red hair swaying in the wind. Extinction? What is that? Call. Jian Wushuang's heart loosened, and he didn't know extinction. That would be great. Without the manipulation of extinction, even if the opponent is one of the 5 demons, he is not afraid. He is an amazing existence, but unfortunately you don't know it. Since the other party has nothing to do with extinction, he doesn't need to worry anymore, so he might as well explore the conversation. Why would this great demon be stored in his body and be completely integrated with the karma-killing tribulation? When did you stare at him? After hearing this, the inner demon was taken aback and said arrogantly, "You little guy, do you know what greatness is? Do you know who's my body?" The Heart Demon is a little unbelievable, which is somewhat inconsistent with his name. According to common sense, shouldn't the inner demon be the one who fears the most? How to look at the other party is a bit silly. Jian Wushuang deliberately leaked a curious expression and asked, "Oh, I really don't know. Can I translate it for the next one? What is great?" "A great existence. Just stand in front of you." The Heart Demon squeezed his nose and continued, "You have met Shanjun and met the Blood Demon. Do you know how I am different from these idiots?" "I don't know." Jian Wushuang shook his head. He felt more and more that this guy must be crazy. The Heart Demon proudly said, "These idiots only have pure strength, but they don't know the world. The most powerful is the mental power. The 6th layer mental power is stronger than the universe." "Really?" Jian Wushuang said in surprise. "If this is the case, why do you want to keep it in my body?" After hearing Jian Wushuang's doubts, the inner demon leaked a satisfied expression on his face. "This is the strength of the heart. You are my best host. When you entered the temple of the gods, I focused on you, and only you can nurture my strongest mind. Speaking of which, I also want to thank you." The Heart Demon laughed wildly. When Jian Wushuang entered the temple of Qishan, Yu read the book www.okanshu.com, and he was staring at him. Karma killing is actually very common. For everything in the universe, it is just a small catastrophe. But with the addition of the inner demon, this calamity is not weak. Moreover, the power of the current cause and effect to kill the robbery has exceeded the scope of the emperor, and it is more like the robbery of the robbery realm. It turned out to be like this. Jian Wushuang nodded. No wonder the more powerful he is, the stronger the causal killing in his body. It turned out that it was the demons who made the ghost again. Now that he knows the answer, he is very relaxed, because this catastrophe is not a bad thing to him. When entering this space, his state of mind suddenly rose. It was the power left by the inner demon. By absorbing this power, his mind power began to faintly loosen. The sixth level of mental strength. Dao heart is perfect. This is an unforgettable opportunity. Next, what are you going to do with me? Jian Wushuang asked tentatively. Although the strength of the inner demon is good, it can be compared with Shanjun, but it is far worse to deal with him now. Really want to head on. The heart demon is not his opponent at all. What to do? Of course I killed you. The demon's complexion changed. His hands condensed huge mental strength, which was breathtaking. Jian Wushuang's expression changed, and with the means of dealing with it, he shook his heart with his palm and said, "How could you? Why, maybe it will be so weak." Jian Wushuang instantly recovered to his peak and straightened up. The demon's methods can't threaten him at all. This time it was the turn of the heart demon master, who was shocked. He stared at Jian Wushuang in horror and couldn't say anything. How could you possibly? In his opinion, Jian Wushuang is only the fifth level of heart strength, and there is still a long distance from Dao Xian consummation. How can he block his power? Chapter 56:13. What's impossible? Your power has no effect on me. Jian Wushuang's expression leaked a grin, and then said, "Also, I have completed my Taoist heart, and the next 3 abuses are the next 3 abuses after all." Jian Wushuang teleported and directly grabbed the heart demon's neck. The swallowing power burst out, swallowing all the heart demon's body into the palm of his palm. "Leak out your true face." What Jian Wushuang swallowed was the power of the inner demon, not the body. He didn't want this thing and entered his body again. In the withered skin, he instantly transformed into a skinny old man with folds and gully on his face, staring at Jian Wushuang with horror. His voice said in fear, "How can you have the power of death?" The power of death? Jian Wushuang was stunned. How could the other party say that he has the power of death? The fact that the heart demon is stored in his body does not mean that he is one with him and can perceive the universe. The heart demon should not know anything about what is happening outside. Otherwise, it won't fail to recognize extinction. But now the other party actually knows the power of death. Why is this? Jian Wushuang didn't rush to kill the killer. He squeezed the void and directly suppressed the heart demon in a small transparent bottle. He pinched the bottle with his fingers and threatened, "How do you know the power of death and dare to confuse people? I will pinch damn you." The current heart demon is like a reptile, the power of all things that is looked down by the other party, but it firmly controls the life of the heart demon. Your source contains the power of death, and it's useless for you to threaten me. You will fall in a short time. The demon laughed wildly. "No one can threaten me, only I threaten others." Jian Wushuang disliked the harsh laughter of the other party, swallowed the small bottle directly, and swallowed it down. "Since you like to confuse people, let the other party stay in him first." He originally wanted to bring the other party into his original space, but he was afraid of the methods of the demons, and if something happened again, he would lose out. Moreover, the identity of the other party is not simple. Since Miesheng took away the remaining demon masters, it might be of great use, so he could not rest assured that the demon would go away. Let the other party stay in his body forever. Now, he doesn't even believe in the real spirit. In his physical body, no one can save the demons. With a strong physical body, he is not afraid of the evil spirits using any tricks. As for the power of death in the opponent's mouth, he has to study it. He always thought it was his own problem for the future failure of Hadao, but now it seems that some people are making trouble from it. Otherwise, no matter how hard he works, he will probably walk the same way in the future. So that he didn't dare to unite. The heart demon had been solved by him, but there was no change in this place. Jian Wushuang looked back at the long river of time and space. Without the heart demon, only Kill Jia is left. Where are you hiding? Jian Wushuang looked down on the long river of time and space and wanted to actively search for it. The reason why the karma killing and tribulation has grown to this day is largely because of the demons. Ordinarily, without the inner demon, the threat brought to him by the killing robbery should be very small. Why did he feel that something big was going to happen in his heart, and it would threaten him? What exactly is it? Jian Wushuang's eyes turned, and his whole body was vigilant, not daring to be careless. To be honest, the threat of the inner demon to him is very small. If it is an ordinary Taoist, I am afraid that there is really no resistance to the inner demon, but to him, the other party is a crawler, just need it. The existence that can be stronger than the heart demon is probably the killing and robbery that was conceived. Jian Wushuang's figure receded directly, and the position he had just now began to collapse and collapse, which was very similar to when he exploded with a thought of the universe. I thought it was killing the robbery to attack him, but I didn't expect that something happened in this long river of time and space. The long river of time and space collapsed and shrank, and time flowed back along with it. The location of the collapse was getting bigger and bigger, constantly swallowing the surroundings, and soon it spread to Jian Wushuang. No, Jian Wushuang wanted to escape, but found that no matter how to escape, it was useless. His body was dragged into the vortex of the collapse of time and space. Falling into the vortex of time and space, that is a turbulent space that is more terrifying than a black hole. The bread contained time and space. Even if it entered the tribulation realm, it would be difficult to leave it alive. After Jian Wushuang entered, he found that there was a faint light on his body protecting him. With the existence of this light, he shuttled through the vortex, and in front of him were many time and space fragments after the time and space were broken, and there was a point in time inside. The light surrounding his body gradually dimmed. Jian Wushuang gritted his teeth and couldn't control that much. He flew directly towards the nearest space-time fragment and plunged in. Boom! It was pitch black at first, and then there was a deafening sound in my ears. His vision slowly widened, and Jian Wushuang found himself in a wilderness, surrounded by green grass more than a foot high. In the sky, thunder was loud, and squally rain followed. Wow! A barrier instantly wrapped his body. Jian Wushuang realized that his power was still there, and he was relieved in his heart. I just don't understand. Where is this fragment of time and space? Is probably a certain period of time in Morwa time and space. If he doesn't find a way out, he will be trapped here forever. You have to find someone to inquire about the situation first. Jian Wushuang soon had an idea. However, he read many books about Morwo's time and space from the Temple of Qishan, from which he probably also learned about several important time periods of Morwa. It is mainly divided into the ancient times, the gods, the human race, the chaotic star field, and the age of the gods. It was not until the destruction of Morwo's time and space that the era of the gods was declared dead. The first 4 eras, together, are not as long as the age of the gods. Discordant gods can be regarded as ending the era of disorder and building their own era of discordant gods. Jian Wushuang still has a hint of excitement in his heart. Maybe this time he still has a chance to see the gods. What kind of meeting should it be? Although he knew that the of disbelief was a villain with a high probability, he forged his own fall. But he still wanted to meet this legend. Just when he stood there in a daze, a wild beast of several battle sizes had gradually approached Jian Wushuang. His fangs were stained with blood, and the rain was not clear, obviously drinking blood, for many years. Oh, a few miles away from Jian Wushuang, he appeared and rushed. The strength of this wild beast is not weak. According to the strength of Morwo's time and space, It is already an innate monster. But in Jian Wushuang's eyes, it was the same, just a mundane monster. With a force at hand, without deliberate control, it directly blasted the nearby mountains and a large towering forest into dust. The green earth turned into coke in an instant. Is it too hard? Jian Wushuang shook his head. After that, he leaped and left the place in an instant. Chapter 56:14. In the future, his realm of space will reach the universe, and as soon as his mind power is opened, he will be directly within the scope of a universe, and that kind of power makes him obsessed. This life is also coming soon. After he joins the path, he can quickly step into the realm of space and universe. Now his power of thought can cover the size of the upper realm of the seat. Jian Wushuang stopped directly, then turned around and flew towards the south. There are only a few hundred people in such a large area. What is this era? There are only 100 people in the entire high-level realm, and it seems that they are still some old monks who practice ancient qi training methods. The rest of the breath came from the desolate beast all over the body. This continent, so vast, is tens of thousands times larger than a universe, and it is probably the continent created by the more famous space-time secret realm in Moro space-time. It stands to reason that a continent like this should have been occupied by the human race a long time ago. Could it be that the classics he saw at the beginning were inaccurate, or that the time and space he came to was too long, and the human race had not yet risen? The strength of those desolate beasts is pretty good, and there have been desolate beasts of the immortal level. In the time and space of Moroa in ancient times, the division of strength was far less detailed than today, and the realm was very complicated and rough. Simply put, it is Xianfan, which is the same as the 4 secret realms. Earth immortal, heavenly immortal, emperor. The common customs are the acquired, the innate, the Vientian, the primordial spirit, and the Mahayana. He had been in these realms for tens of thousands of years. But for the later Moroa time and space, some heaven-defying Tianjiao can reach the realm of Mahayana in just 100 years. With countless treasures and powerful masters, it is indeed a lot less detours. For example, when Jian Wushuang encountered the retreat without confusion, everyone else had a powerful master to solve the confusion directly. Although his master was not weak, Xian Yi helped him more by teaching, and he rarely solved puzzles. After all, he couldn't let him go smoothly. Those Tianjiao, who have become the Mahayana realm after 100 years of cultivation, can't reach his current realm. It's not that those Tianjiao can't become Daojun, but those Tianjiao, most of them stop the emperor, and they still meet some hardships if they want to become the tribulation realm. The realm of Jian Wushuang is much stronger than that of the emperor. Among the most outstanding, there are few people who can compare with him. Here, when he was thinking about it, his figure was already near the human monk. Boom! Kill! As soon as he arrived, he heard the cry of killing all over the sky. It turned out that these human cultivators had encountered a powerful barren beast, whose strength had reached the late Yuanshan stage. Among these monks, there was only one strong soul, and it seemed that he was still in a new state. The primordial spirit is a great realm, and some strong primordial spirits can extinguish countless primordial spirits with a wave of hands. There is a big gap in the middle, just the same as now. Jian Wushuang grasped the board on his thumb, and one accidentally fell off the board. Just about to pick it up, those human race monks could no longer hold it. He couldn't manage that much, so it was important to rush to save people first. This time he deliberately suppressed his breath, but when he could freely shoot, he still caused a lot of movement, and the world was shocked. The desolate beast in the realm of primordial spirit turned directly into powder and disappeared in the same place in an instant. But Jian Wushuang had already reached the crowd and saved a baby in swaddling clothes. Just when he slowed down a little bit, the baby was about to fall. Benefactor, one of the oldest ancient monks among the human race, monks directly knelt down to Jian Wushuang. The others knelt down after seeing the old man kneeling. Jian Wushuang was holding the infant child in one hand, and behind the other hand, the appearance of a worldly expert was undoubtedly revealed, and he was carrying a divine sword behind him, which was even more mysterious. But he knows that based on the timeline, these people are probably older than the gods. Get up all. This seat only retreats here. After being disturbed by this beast, he came to help. Don't thank me. Jian Wushuang's voice was steady, with the tolerance of a great monk. The old man who took the lead tremblingly stood up and immediately reported his name. Junior Chi, pay respect to senior. I don't know that this place is senior's dojo. So much trouble. Jian Wushuang didn't care. Instead, he lowered his head and looked at the baby in his arms. He found that the other party was born with an ancient mark on the brow, and he asked, I think the mark on the baby's forehead is not simple. It's you, totem of the race. In this era, he probably knew that it should be the end of the era of God. Human races born in the time of God will have ethnic totems. Yes, the baby in the hands of the predecessor is an old grandson who has just been born. The old man replied respectfully, The bottom of my heart is even more moved. Their family has survived here for millions of years, but no Mahayana monk has been able to appear. And the young man in front of him was probably a Mahayana monk. If he asked the other party to accept his grandson as his apprentice, there would be a Mahayana monk in their clan. Okanshu, Kam clan groups with Mahayana monks are qualified to step out of this barren wilderness and enter the holy land of the human race that will rewrite the fate of their family. Just born, the totem can be revealed. Your grandson's talent, not bad. Jian Wushuang nodded. Although he didn't know much about Moruo's time and space, he still understood the basic common sense. The totem on the baby's forehead can appear so early, I am afraid that in the future he will be a primordial monk, hopefully Mahayana realm. Of course, if you can meet him, it will not be difficult to become a Mahayana. One finger pointed it out, and a force of all things entered the baby's eyebrows. Following the power of all things, there is a trace of thought power entering the baby's body. After Nian, Li entered the baby's body. A huge blood force instantly numbed Jian Wushuang's hand. Not easy, Jian Wushuang secretly said in his heart. The baby's future is not simple. He can't even spy on it. This power of all things can be regarded as a good destiny. The old man's eyes were eager, and he could feel a powerful force injected into his grandson, and his heart was ecstatic. Just about to follow Jian Wushuang's meaning, when he continued, Jian Wushuang interrupted. I have something to do, so I won't bother you. After saying that, Jian Wushuang got up and wanted to leave. Holy Land of Terran. Where is he going to see? Before leaving, Jian Wushuang thought that the board had fallen and wanted to return to search for it. At this moment, he suddenly had an idea and thought of something. That was the Jade Board of Chishan, and he brought it into this time and space. Doesn't it mean that two identical jade boards appeared? If so, the board in his hand will probably disappear. And now that board hasn't disappeared, and it's also positive that it hasn't been born yet. Chapter 56:15. Forget it. Jian Wushuang shook his head, and then said to the old man Chi Hao, I left a token near this place. If you can find it by fate, you can let the talented among the younger generations find me. Then he left a seal in the jade board and left. This jade board, the final result, will definitely fall into the hands of the gods. Even if he does not give them to these people, he will still be in the wild at will and eventually will be in the hands of the gods. Because this is something of a god, this cannot be changed. After Jian Wushuang broke open and left all the human monks, except the baby who was held by Jian Wushuang, went crazy looking for tokens. This is a great opportunity. This is interesting. Jian Wushuang kept flying towards the holy land of the human race in the record, feeling more and more interesting in his heart. He strayed into the age of God in Morwa time and space. It seems that the God of God was born in this era, and after 3 eras, it opened up its own era. Maybe he can still meet the gods. Judging from the records, the Qixin was very ordinary in the early stage, and in the glorious era of the human race, the Qixin was only an earth fairy. In the age of chaotic stars, the Qixin slowly emerged. According to the record, the era of God ended when a human race monk became a tribulation realm and then led the human race to the peak human race era with one person. In this era, the human family is not the only one. Said it was the human race era. In fact, the strong human race at the time didn't think so. It was just the people of later generations who named this era. Although the human race has appeared in the tribulation realm and perfected the cultivation method, the comprehensive strength of the human race is far inferior to the rest of the race in the long river of time and space. There is only one peak powerhouse, which is far from enough. At this time, there is a high probability that the strong robbery realm will appear. I just don't know if it's the holy land of the human race on this continent. His current location is almost a cosmic distance from the holy land of human race. In order to be able to arrive quickly, Jian Wushuang directly used the ancient changes, and his strength was raised to the peak. Now, the closer he is to Hadao, the faster his strength will increase. I don't know if it is good or bad. He has not heard of this phenomenon, so that his strength has overflowed a bit. In the normal state, he has the top combat power. After displaying the peak state after the ancient changes, he has already had the perfect combat power, which is much stronger than the strength he previously expected after joining the Tao. Could it be said that after he is in harmony, he will be invincible directly? Now, he dare not say that he is the invincible emperor. He can only say that he has few rivals. The appearance of the power of the starry sky really made his strength beyond his cognition, but as long as there is no after effect, he can accept it. 10 days. In just 10 days, he traveled across a universe and reached the holy land of the human race, Tunlong continent, one of the holy places of the human race. Is the holy land of this continent not the holy land of the human race in the long river of time and space? But it's not much different. The lives bred in the universe now are mostly special lives without ethnic groups. At the peak of the human race, the Great Migration began and entered the life of the universe. The current human races all live in time and space secrets. This is why those special beings have always said that the universe is their hometown, not the territory of the human race at all. After entering the Tamarin continent, human races can be seen everywhere. Without the desolate beasts, this continent is so pleasing to the eye. After came here, Jian Wushuang moved forward in no hurry. Anyway, he hasn't found a way to leave. It's better to travel and live here for a while before talking about it. Tunlong continent. In a small country in the eastern region far away from Zhongzhou, Jian Wushuang turned into a mundane and began a mundane life. In the days of God, the human race's own practice methods were not perfect. He didn't need to learn from practice. Can only wait slowly. This piece of space-time fragments carry a short time, but the space is not small. Such an ancient continent is tens of thousands of times larger than the original universe. Time flies. Jian Wushuang wonders if he can survive the birth of Qixin. It only took 1,000,000 years, and he disappeared from here. When appeared again, it was still a space-time vortex. It's just that now he is wearing an ancient monk's costume, and the jade board is gone. It seems that everything is real. Within 1,000,000 years, he had the opportunity to travel across the Tunlong continent, and he left many opportunities in that holy land of the human race. Although it is only useful to the mundane, it can also change the history of some human races and accelerate the human race to become the pinnacle race. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly, still in the vortex of time and space. Is it necessary for him to experience Morowa time and space before letting him leave? Jian Wushuang teleported again and entered a huge fragment of time and space. Same as last time, after the darkness, he saw the time before him clearly. The village is very desolate. Grass can be seen everywhere, and there is smoke in the hut. This is an ordinary village. There is not a trace of breath nearby. This time, it is the era of chaotic star field. The human race has undergone a great migration and entered the universe. He is in a magnificent universe, although most of them are mundane, but there are already a lot of monks. In this world there is already an emperor. This is just a middle boundary. Jian Wushuang suddenly appeared, scaring the scalpers in the bullpen next door and screaming. A cow-herding child jumped and rushed forward, and when he saw Jian Wushuang dressed up, he was shocked. For these mortals, they have never seen such a clean mundane. Unfortunately, Jian Wushuang is not mundane. Smiled at the child, Jian Wushuang was about to leave directly, calm to meet the emperor. At the beginning in Tamarin Continent, he had met several emperors, but their strength was too weak. Also didn't see the robbery realm powerhouse who brought the human race to the top and didn't have any intersection with those people. He just observed it secretly and left. This time, he felt more than one emperor. There are at least hundreds of emperors in the entire universe sect, and the strength is not weak. In the era of chaotic stars, the gods have risen, and he just took the opportunity to inquire about the gods. Just about to leave, Jian Wushuang stopped again. He looked at the dark-skinned child, and the more he looked, the more familiar he became, and he felt that he had seen the child there. "Your last name is Bai?" Jian Wushuang asked tentatively. The child watched Jian Wushuang talk to him and was not afraid, so he said, "Naughty, why should I tell you?" Jian Wushuang just flipped his palm, and there was a bunch of candied haws in his hand, and asked again, "What's your name?" "White Gooden." The child didn't think his hands were dirty, so he grabbed the candied haws instead of holding a lot like Jian Wushuang. Chapter 56:16. Ha ha ha. Jian Wushuang touched the child's head with one hand and couldn't help laughing. This child should be the ancestor of King White or his father. It looks so much like that face of King Bai. When the people in the house heard the laughter, they thought someone was coming and walked out, but only saw the child standing outside the cowshed, holding a tuft of cow dung and licking it. "Dugan, are you stupid?" The woman who came out walked into the house worrying about Guggen's ears, cursing as she walked. "You idiot, you haven't eaten enough before. Eat with cow dung. Later your second uncle will come, thinking that my old lady can't support you." After cursing, the woman was still a little confused. She kicked Godon twice and said, "This time your second uncle is here. You are ready to take you into the city and go to Kixwoman as a disciple. You give me something brilliant. Did you hear me?" Jian Wushuang, who flew into the clouds, couldn't help but smile. This feeling is amazing. He now understands why his teacher, Xuanyi, said he was waiting for him in the future. I am afraid that Xian Yi also used this method to enter their time and space. This also shows that their time and space will be broken in the future. In other words, Xian Yi has other offices entering a certain period of time and selecting descendants from a certain time in the past. He was a little different, but wanted to pry into the future from the timeline of the past. See what the gods are planning. Recovery is not that simple. It can be very complicated. What kind of power is needed? He is also very defensive. The breath leaked out. This time he didn't need to take the initiative to look for it. As long as a breath of Emperor broke out, he could attract the emperor and powerful person here in person. On a Qingya peak, Jian Wushuang stopped in place. Suddenly an aurora appeared in the pale blue sky, but an extravagant man wearing a high crown appeared in an instant. Dare to ask your name, why did you appear in this dojo? The nobleman was condescending, very arrogant. Jian Wushuang slowly raised his hand, but with a claw in the void, he grabbed the nobleman into his hand. I ask you one sentence, you answer one sentence. Dare to conceal it, I will make you die, and not die again. The threatening tone made Jian Wushuang very useful. The emperor and strong man did not dare to breathe when he was frightened, because the breath of his whole body was suppressed by Jian Wushuang. This extravagant man is just a third-order emperor, and the origin Dao is still very weak. It seems to be only the fourth-rank origin Dao. With this kind of stuff, let alone the 4 secret realms of the Qixin Temple, even the current primitive universe has a lot of them, and it is not worthy to serve him tea. Senior, forgive me. I said so. The extravagant man immediately begged for mercy. The gap between the two sides is too great. Even his master, I am afraid that there is no such strong pressure. What is your name? Who is master? Junior Wudong. My master is Huangdi's friend, Zhu Hu Taoist. Jian Wushuang grinned and said, You are threatening me. As he kept on exerting force, Wu Tong's face was flushed, already turning purple. The junior dare not. I just tell the truth. For the sake of your resemblance to an old friend of mine, I will spare your life. Jian Wushuang threw Wudong out. Wu Tong Wuzhua. He was really afraid that the other party had anything to do with Wuzhua. After all, he is an emperor with an unusual background, and their descendants are likely to shine in the age of Qixin. On the contrary, he was very interested in the Huangdi that the other party said. Qixin Temple, the wild of the 3 major gods. This divine lord had saved the great wilderness at the beginning. He remembered it clearly. Now it's only the emperor, but you can ask the other party about the matter of Moruo's time and space, and inquire about the gods by the way. Huang's breath was very strong, and he could clearly feel that this time he had hidden his breath and began to approach Huang's direction. He hides his breath. No one in this universe can discover. In this era, few people can find him. In this era, there are probably not many humans in the tribulation realm, and the strength is relatively weak. In just an hour, he reached the realm where the waste was. It's not that it's very close, but it's flying in the primitive universe, much faster than in the long river of time and space without any resistance. Because the space of the primitive universe is more pure, not as heavy as in the long river of time and space, and time is condensed in the space. It is very difficult to destroy, and the flight becomes extremely slow. At close range, Jian Wushuang could see Huang's strength at a glance, and he was absolutely perfect. The time recorded in the book should be at the end of the star random era, when Huang became a tribulation realm, and then followed the gods into a new era. In the first generation of the gods, the gap between the 3 gods and the gods is not big. The more the later the difference, the more obvious the gap. When the Qixin became the 7 tribulations realm, the 3 major gods were only the 5 tribulations realm. There is only one person, the smallest difference from the of disbelief, and that is the extinction. Jian Wushuang really wanted to find the old guy, take the opportunity to clean up and relieve his anger, and also urge the other party to help a person named Jian Wushuang in the future. It's a pity that he couldn't find extinction at all. Maybe this guy has changed his name. It would be troublesome if the opponent was found to be defeated by the tribulation realm. Forget it. Let's go find a silly chat first. As soon as it arrived, Jian Wushuang felt a violent force fighting. Kindness. Jian Wushuang looked down the direction, and Huangzheng was fighting with Huangzheng on a huge arena. The strength of that desolate beast is not weak, much stronger than the 8-clawed beast emperor who fought against Broly. Already had the power to complete perfection, but unfortunately encountered a shortage. Keep being ravaged. Jian Wushuang saw the rise and flew directly over. In the battle, Huang put all his heart and soul into it, and didn't find Jian Wushuang at all, or some emperors who watched the battle found Jian Wushuang. You, who are you? The surrounding emperors all had digits, and instantly stopped Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang put his index finger to his mouth to signal these people not to disturb the fighting Huang. Under his threat, these people actually chose to shut up very obediently and just stood there and looked at Jian Wushuang. At the same time, there are countless dazzling daggers floating around his neck. They dared to make a sound. Jian Wushuang didn't mind, killing a few emperors in advance to cheer. The wasteland in the field is like an ancient savage, barefoot with loose hair and a stone axe in his hand. With every axe, that barren beast must be injured. 17th axe. Huang shouted angrily after cutting it down again. The desolate beast wailed, completely silent. A wild beast comparable to the perfect consummation just fell so small under the unpretentious axe. Chapter 56:17. Huang walked to the waste beast's corpse, drew out the giant axe and laid on the waste beast's corpse with one hand, wiped it, and pinned the axe to his waist. At this moment, he realized that someone was watching him. And it's a strong man, you don't know, just like a black hole. Who? Huang turned his head and stared at Jian Wushuang. His eyes turned, and the breath of the person in front of him converged extremely cleverly. He only found out when he reached him in a daze. I looked carefully, but found that the introverted aura, like a black hole, swallowed all the power in the body. Shortage. Jian Wushuang was also surprised when he saw the other party. The appearance of the other party and the axe in his hand surprised him greatly. He was so familiar with the axe. Once scenes in the starry sky appeared, he thought of the savage giant who was born on the wild planet. I thought of the owner of the stone axe at the time of parting. Dongjun. Jian Wushuang muttered to himself. That starry sky human race should have been a dream. The result appeared in the time and space of Molo. He couldn't be more familiar with the stone axe in Huangdi's hand. He absolutely did not admit his mistake. It was definitely the one in Dongjun's hand. How would it appear here? When Huang heard Jian Wushuang reciting Dongjun silently, he was taken aback and said in surprise, "Do you know Senior Dongjun?" "No, an old friend." Jian Wushuang nodded, and then asked back, "How do you know Dongjun, and how did you get this great axe?" Those immortal emperors were relieved to see Jian Wushuang and Huangdi actually know each other. In their view, Jian Wushuang's strength is extremely powerful. If he wants to attack them, I am afraid that they will be killed in a short while. Huang held the giant axe in his hand, looked up at the sky, then looked at Jian Wushuang and said, "Are you a man of God?" God. Since the broken of God, the era of God has also ended. Huang's stone axe came from God. It is not an exaggeration to say that it was bestowed by God. The brokenness of God is a catastrophe for heaven and earth, and it is also an opportunity for practitioners. Because in God, there are countless treasures and countless inheritances hidden. These inheritances and treasures are scattered everywhere in the long river of time and space, forming a mysterious realm of stars. That is the current chaotic star field. The stone axe in Huang's hand was obtained from the chaotic star field. In addition to this stone axe, he also got an arm. The arm clung to the stone axe. After understanding why Huang got the stone axe, Jian Wushuang had even greater doubts in his heart, so that he didn't even bother to ask about the gods. This stone axe comes from God, and the so-called God has a high probability of being a treasure house left over from the previous era, or a secret hiding place that descended from the starry sky. If it is really like this, then Dongjun and the former star are much longer than Morwa time and space in ancient times. Looking at the secret text on the stone axe, it is definitely the secret text of the universe. This also shows that the star he once visited and the powerful life that gave birth to the Lord of the universe. It's just now and died. Jian Wushuang didn't expect that he would go to an even more ancient time and space without realizing it. Only at that time, he didn't know much about time and space. What's more, when he left the star, there was not even a fairy from above. He never expected that the star could multiply to such a degree. Can you show me? Jian Wushuang asked. Huang was also very angry and passed the stone axe directly. After receiving the stone axe, Jian Wushuang's thought power deepened, and the power of the starry sky burst out from his hands in an instant. After the stone axe was subjected to the power of the starry sky, its power was billions of times stronger than before. That force directly shattered the formation of the cage ring. Huang was also surprised that Jian Wushuang could fully explode the power of the stone axe, and his body was shaken back again and again. Senior! Huang knelt down directly. Jian Wushuang's temples flew up, but the stone axe let out a hum, as if it was the joy of returning to the original owner. In fact, he is not the original owner. The first generation owner of this stone axe was the owner who opened the sky and the earth. He wasn't considered a second-generation master. He simply repaired it and gave it to Dongjun. Unexpectedly, this little guy could actually nurture this stone axe into such a powerful treasure. Dongjun's strength, to say nothing, is also a power above the three tribulations realm. Only by mastering the universe and becoming the master of the universe can the treasures of the universe be nurtured. Ordinary robbery can't be done. Dongjun is so powerful. What about his cheap apprentice? Fu Zhu, the first-generation patriarch of the human race. Dongjun can become the lord of the universe. I am afraid Fu Zhu's strength will not be too bad, but it should have fallen. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang's self-confidence burst in his heart, and his apprentice is likely to be the master of the universe, his disciples and grandchildren. Maybe they are all the masters of the universe. Except for this stone axe, what else did you get? Jian Wushuang asked curiously. He now wants to know more and more about what is conceived in God. Huang carefully took the stone axe and replied respectfully. At first, the junior was lucky and entered into a crack in time and space. Then he entered a half-plane planet. On the planet, there is only a broken arm and a stone axe. After speaking, Huang took out the severed arm directly. The power contained above was very powerful. Jian Wushuang looked at the severed arm deeply, and the more he looked at it, the more familiar it became. This broken arm is just a simple physical body, without a divine body. But the density of the flesh is very similar to his flesh. It is definitely the body of the 9 refinements. Jian Wushuang stretched out his hand and stroked it carefully. Feeling it, his brow frowned. He felt a familiar force from his arm. That is the power of the fusion of the flesh and the divine body, as well as the familiar original aura. This is especially his own arm. Jian Wushuang directly backed away a few steps, then stared at the lines on his palm, then stared at the palm of his hand. The pattern on the top is exactly the same as the pattern on the palm of his hand. What is the explanation for this? An arm is nothing to him. However, the arm was obviously chopped off by a stone axe, which explains the problem. In the past, he seemed to have had a big battle with Dongjun and eventually broke his arm. This stone axe also stayed, but it is not very accurate to speculate like this. After he left the starry sky, he has never been to the starry sky again, which doesn't make sense. Could it be said that in the future, he will go to the starry sky and then fight Dongjun? and his arm will be chopped off by the opponent. Either this is the reason. Either this arm is not his, but the breath of the source will not deceive him. The breath of the source is too similar to him. Life force. Jian Wushuang thought of this and suddenly understood. Dongjun probably did not fight with him, but died. End of this chapter. Chapter 5618. The origin of the opponent is very similar to him, although it is completely opposite, but to master the power of death, the origin of the earlier period must be similar to him. It is also extremely. If this is the case, then it makes sense. Extinction came from the time and space of Morwa in the ancient times, and the time of God in the time and space of Morwa. Maybe Dongjun was still alive and later fought against extinction. In this way, then the current Dongjun has a high probability of falling, and the future extinction is still alive. At the end of the star random era, the power of extinction is probably not weak anymore. At least it is the 5 tribulations. Jian Wushuang murmured to himself, letting Huang Di on the side know what to do. Senior? Huang cried cautiously. Jian Wushuang came back to his senses, leaked a smile, and said, I am not a man of God, but just like you, I have been bestowed by God. The other party answered his doubts, and he had nothing to hide. After all, he was an ancestor. Saying it means not saying that these people just live in this small piece of time and space, and they will soon disappear, and they are not enough to change history. I chatted with Emperor Huang for a while, this time mainly discussing the chaotic star field. At the same time, he also inquired about an existence called Qi. But Huang didn't know him. This made Jian Wushuang very surprised. According to common sense, at this time, Qishan should be a resounding character. How come Huang hasn't heard of it? Could it be said that the true fate of the gods does not contain the ambiguous words? If this is the case, he is unlucky. By the way, he asked about the existence of some catastrophes in the human race. After not finding any special existence, he heaved a sigh of relief. Now he has no need to stay. This time and space is too big. The more you delve into it, the less you can see any clues, only a few words. Just when he was about to leave, Huang stopped him. Senior, is there really life in the Chaos Star territory? This was Huang's biggest doubt, because at the beginning, he had seen a moving old man in the heavens, but the other party did not have the power of life, but instead represented death. Jian Wushuang was asked this question. He really didn't know, but he didn't panic either, but instead asked, Why do you think so? Huang didn't reserve this time, so he told the scene he saw before God broke. Die. The mark on Jian Wushuang's eyebrows kept flickering. Extinction. Yes. Jian Wushuang finally said a word, and then left directly. The origin of extinction is probably related to God. The mysterious person who fought with Dong Kuan also had a high probability of extinction. This world-destroying old man does not belong to this era at all. It is an old monster that has crossed over from the oldest era. At least, he is a strong man in the same era as Dongjun. Wow, he directly tore through the universe and entered the long river of time and space. The power of thought spread, and the nearby cracks were instantly felt. The space of this space-time fragment is not too big. It just covers a few universes. It's far less huge than the continent that I visited for the first time, but it is much larger in space because the distance between each universe is huge, and the intermediate distance may be able to store tens of thousands of universes. Flying in this chaotic void, the speed is not so fast. Extinction. A bold thought appeared in Jian Wushuang's mind. If he killed Exisheng ahead of time, wouldn't there be so many things in the future? No. Jian Wushuang shook his head again. Extinction does not belong here either. He can't find the time period when extinction was born. Even if he finds extinction now, I am afraid that the opponent's strength is much stronger than him. In this case, He can only give up this idea and start a long layout. Layout for the future. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang began to deliberately search for the strong men recorded in the Temple of Qixin and constantly speed up their process of entering the road of cultivation. The first is the White King, who has some connections with Jian Wushuang. Although in the future, King White will die miserably, even before the age of the gods, King White will be nothing more than a small person. Cannot set off too much waves. But with his help, King White's strength will most likely exceed the future. Maybe it will give him a surprise. In addition to King Bai, Jian Wushuang dived into this universe, constantly searching, and found that at least 6 universe masters would be born in the future of this universe. This is in addition to the Desolate Master. These 6 Tribulation Realm powerhouses, because they were born relatively early, have caught up with the peak age of the gods. They are very powerful, and they are also the top group of people under the gods. Each is the master of the 4 Tribulations Realm universe. Only now, they are only Earth immortals. It is Yen Xian on the way to explore the avenue, with Jian Wushuang's qualifications, enough to teach these people. At least let these people understand that it is not as good as if the ultimate way is not cultivated to reach consummation. Now that you have mastered the ultimate way, you must cultivate to consummation. Every realm is cultivated to the extreme. And only in this way can we lay a solid foundation for the future and become the pinnacle powerhouse among the masters of the universe. In a cosmic secret, the 7 disciples under Jian Wushuang's command were besieging a desolate beast at the celestial level. The strength of this desolate beast already had rank 9 combat power. The 7 disciples are all Earth immortals. It was extremely difficult to besiege and kill a desolate beast with the power of the Nineth rank celestial immortal. But if it's simple, it won't let them besiege together. Jian Wushuang snorted coldly when he saw their embarrassed look, angrily shouted, "A mere 9-turned heavenly immortal makes you so embarrassed. How can you become a peak power in the future? Stand up for me." At the beginning, when he was just a fairy cultivator, he would be able to kill the Nineth rank Dian fairy alone. Dao Jun is even more invincible. These guys are at this level. He really doesn't know how to become the master of the universe. 6 of them are already definitive masters of the universe, and there will be records in the future. There is another one who has talents leading the other 6, but there is no record of the other party. I am afraid that in the future, there will be a high probability of death. But Jian Wushuang didn't give up on the other side. Maybe he could reverse history. Boom. Hearing his scolding, several disciples have also exploded to their full potential and attacked again. Only then did Jian Wushuang smile with satisfaction. These little guys, it's time to break through. For millions of years, he has taught everything he can. After becoming an immortal, to embark on the ultimate path, they need to work hard alone. A drag force comes from the sky. Jian Wushuang knew that he was leaving. At this time, the 7 people formed a formation and completely suppressed the wild beast. "Master, we did it!" Several disciples came excitedly. You can see Jian Wushuang's complexion, which is not very good, and it is often distorted. That was the countercurrent of space and time. Jian Wushuang might leave at any time. Chapter 56:19. "Master!" These disciples naturally did not know why this was, and hurried forward. Jian Wushuang stopped them, barely let out a smile of relief, and said, "You are excellent. I am very happy, but I was seriously injured, and there is no way to survive. Remember to practice hard." "Who is it?" Several disciples asked one after another. Jian Wushuang has been a master and a father for millions of years. Hearing that the master himself was hurt, I wanted to know who was able to seriously hurt their master. "Stupid boy, don't ask too much. There will be an announcement in the future. You don't need to avenge me. Jian Wushuang shook his head and said so, but he still took out a mustard seed and said tremblingly, "This is what I left for you. The treasures you leave, practice hard. Don't say it's my disciple." These treasures were all searched out by him in this cosmic secret realm, enough for these 7 people to cultivate to the 5th order emperor. If you want to become stronger later, you need to travel to the long river of time and space and go alone. Jian Wushuang's figure began to slowly disappear and finally returned to the vortex of time and space. The 7 disciples washed their faces with tears, and even the master's body was not left, so they could only get Jian Wushuang a cloak. And at the top is also signed Wushuang Jiantum. The future of these 7 people has indeed changed the history of the era of the gods, but it has not affected the extinction, because the strongest among them has just reached the pinnacle of the 5 tribulations realm. It's just that Jian Wushuang has been in the vortex of time and space, and he hasn't confirmed it in the Qixin Temple. How difficult it is to change. After Jian Wushuang left the space-time fragment, he entered a huge space-time fragment again. Another reincarnation, and this time, Jian Wushuang came to the oldest era in Morwa time and space. Ancient times. This is an era without human races. The era of wild beasts rampant. In the fragment of time and space where there was an innate beast god. When Jian Wushuang felt the breath, he was scared to gasp. He turned his body into the appearance of a wild beast and started to practice with reference to the innate beast at a location far away. It's just that this desolate beast is not a candle dragon. Otherwise, after feeling the candle dragon kit on his body, I am afraid that he will not be spared. After millions of years, Jian Wushuang disappeared again. This time, he has experience and can calculate that era based on the surface of the space-time fragments. Then went to the time period when the era of God came. He felt that the appearance of the human race had a lot to do with the time of God. In the age of God, only the human race could get the totem of God, and the heavens behind were shattered, and the chaotic star field turned into is also because of the human race. After the great prosperity of the human race, a chaotic star field appeared. Most of the treasures were taken away by the human race. After the age of prosperity, those wild beasts could not compete with the human race for treasures. Even the primitive universes formed by the innate are occupied by the human race. On a swaying sacred mountain, Jian Wushuang looked at the divine light in the sky behind his hands. A moment ago, it was still ancient. The next moment is the time when God descends. From this moment, the human race began to be bred from the life of all things. At the moment human race appeared, Jian Wushuang obviously felt a powerful soul power descend on the mainland. It really has something to do with God. Jian Wushuang stared at the shining divine light of God, frowned slightly, and felt eager to try his upper body, wanting to go in and see what happened. This God must have something to do with the human race in the starry sky. Maybe all the secrets lie in it. Boom! Under the ray of light, Jian Wushuang saw the totem leaked by God Lu. Under such a shining light, there is a huge horror hidden. The secret of Morwa time and space. Jian Wushuang's eyebrows flickered, and the next moment he went directly to the top. The power of the starry sky burst suddenly. The flesh swelled in a circle for it. He couldn't handle this power. Jian Wushuang instantly wilted. This time, he was more convinced that God came from the stars. And Miexing is a character of the same age as Dongjun, a strong man in the starry sky. The secret of the starry sky is not the only one. Jian Wushuang got up with difficulty. For him, the starry sky is indeed not the only one. Perhaps he will be able to defeat extinction by leaving the starry sky. The other party came from the starry sky, which shows that Meisheng knows the starry sky better than him. And also know that he has the power of life. This is a chess game set from the beginning. Chi. Through the light of God, the two forces face each other. Among the heavens, on a dilapidated wooden boat, extinguished life carrying the soul lamp wandering to the heavens. Jian Wushuang slowly raised his palm. When he first touched God, he also felt a force of death. Extinction is just above. It's just strength stronger than he thought. The extinction in the heavens may be stronger than the future gods. It seems that if he hasn't crossed a time and space, his strength will drop sharply. Jian Wushuang had an answer in his heart. The extinction in the heavens is probably in existence beyond the seven tribulations realm. After the divine destruction, the extinction reaches the Moriwa time and space. Only half the strength of the seven tribulations realm. Now, in the time and space outside their original universe, I am afraid that the strength of extinction will be reduced. It's just that the real spirit doesn't know this. In the future world, in order to swallow him, extinction chooses to cut the realm and fall to the top. Maybe it's not that the other party is willing to cut the realm. It's that extinction has entered the future just like him. Extinction has crossed time and space many times, but he himself has not reached the point of completely mastering time and space, so he will fall every time. When it comes to the future time and space, only the ultimate combat power is left. Fortunately, Jian Wushuang was decisive enough to choose to die directly in the future world. Extinction will have to return to the current main time and space. It's no wonder that the inner demon doesn't know Meisheng, because Meisheng didn't take the inner demon seriously and chose to do it himself. After knowing everything repeatedly, Jian Wushuang couldn't help feeling afraid. Past and present lives, as well as the future, are all laid out for extinction. Then he came here, I'm afraid it also has a lot to do with extinction. His layout, I am afraid, from the perspective of Daishen, it is like a child's play, almost calculated by you again. Jian Wushuang looked up at the rays of light emitted from the heavens. If he is entangled here, he will face extinction eventually, and he will not be able to escape by then. Fortunately, with good luck, the fragments that entered Moros time and space for the third time did not encounter extinction. This time it was the closest, but it was a pity that extinction couldn't come out now. This is the early days of God's era, and extinction will never come down. After Jian Wushuang figured it out, he couldn't help laughing and saying, "Extinction, you count it. After all, it's not the way of heaven. I will kill you in the future world." The future world he entered for the first time was the future designed for him by Meisheng. That is an inaccurate future, and he will not be affected. Everything is up to him. If he really fails, he won't be able to die. Chapter 56:20. The extinction in the heavens seemed to hear Jian Wushuang's words, and the power of death exploded one after another. Anxious, anxious. Jian Wushuang shook his head and laughed. Boom. He did not expect that the extinction in the heavens, completely furious, directly cast down the power of death, condensing countless extinctions. Jian Wushuang. Each of these black phantoms has the ultimate combat power. Jian Wushuang was also taken aback at first, only to look at it for a while, and found that these black phantoms were all transformed by the power of death. Although they had superb combat power, they could not last and could not threaten him at all. Meisheng, your calculation is perfect, but it's a pity that you missed a little. Jian Wushuang stood on the top of the mountain, overlooking countless black phantoms, transforming and fusing together, and the aura continued to grow stronger. But Jian Wushuang didn't panic at all. Even if they are fused together, the ultimate is the ultimate after all. After he draws on the power of the starry sky from the heavens, he can reach the tribulation realm in an instant. In this place, Jian Wushuang did not die in the slightest. Fusion's extinct complexion changed, and he was surprised. What did this seat miss? You should know that I have been to the starry sky, but you would never think of my identity in the starry sky. Jian Wushuang looked down below, leaking a sneer. Miesheng narrowed his eyes, disdainfully said, "Oh, really? Even if you have a relationship with Dongjun, I don't care, because Dongjun is dead." Dongjun. Jian Wushuang held his head up, just as he had guessed. Dongjun really died at Miesheng's hands. Miesheng continued, "You really know Dongjun. Apart from him, I don't think anyone can make you so calm. You only need to know one thing now. I am the only one in God, and no one can save you. You can actually kill Dongjun." Jian Wushuang pretended to be surprised. In fact, he knew very little about the Starry Sky human race, because the original Starry Sky human race was so weak that he didn't pay attention to it at all. So if you take the opportunity to kill the life, you want to know more about how the Starry Sky human race in the heavens has perished or how strong it is. Seeing Jian Wushuang's surprise, Miesheng sneered and said, "Do you really think Dongjun is very powerful compared to Shinko? He is just a worm. I am the real overlord of the Starry Sky, the choice of the human race." "Humph, I don't believe it." Jian Wu's double-faced color sank slightly, and then said, "Dongjun's strength, so powerful, how can you lose to the Six Tribulations realm?" Miesheng couldn't help laughing after hearing it. Yes, the Six Tribulations realm is indeed not Dongjun's opponent. Even the Divine God, it's not Dongjun's opponent, but this seat is the Nine Tribulations realm, believe it or not. Miesheng raised a finger and pointed to it. Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang didn't dodge, and didn't dodge. He only dissolved the aura at the front, sarcastically. If you are in the Nine Tribulations realm, you still need to swallow the life force. Didn't you control time and space early and travel at will? He broke the lie of extinction in one sentence. It's not necessary to pretend in front of him. After being exposed, Miesheng's face changed drastically, and he shouted angrily, "Boy, you dare to play with me!" Only then did he understand that Jian Wushuang already knew his previous layout. Immediately, he started directly, and the condensed death body turned into a black mist, which instantly eroded the heaven and the earth, causing the entire space to lose the power of all things. Complete death. It was a desolate landscape. Jian Wushuang stood still. Eternal change. Under God, he is invincible, because there is a huge amount of starry sky power in the heavens, which is continuously declining, entering Jian Wushuang's body, allowing him to instantly reach the power of the robbery realm. This scene stunned the life. He didn't expect Jian Wushuang to be so powerful with the help of the power of the heavens. His deity is equally powerful in the heavens. This is the unique power of Shinkong life, how Jian Wushuang can master it, and it can still be so powerful. What realm are you in the starry sky? Miesheng couldn't help asking. However, Jian Wushuang kept silent and shot directly. He didn't want to say a word about extinction, otherwise he would be calculated by the other party. When he came up, he shot with all his strength, facing the death body. His life force broke out, and the life force controlled by the robbery directly dissipated the breath of death. This consciousness of extinction was also instantly defeated. At the moment when the opponent was defeated, Jian Wushuang squeezed the remaining consciousness of extinction. "Want to run?" Jian Wushuang pinched the opponent's incomplete consciousness and directly sealed it in the long river of time and space on the Guantian chessboard. After Miesheng's consciousness entered the Guantian chessboard, his complexion changed drastically, and his tone was incredible. "How can you have the treasure of time and space? I really can't tell you this." Jian Wushuang finished speaking, and directly suppressed the remaining consciousness of extinction to the bottom of the Guantian River. In the sea of origin in his body, the power of death that was hidden from life was also grasped by Jian Wushuang. Humph, now you have lost the madam and broke down with the consciousness of extinction plus the power of death. He can completely create a Dharma body that exterminates life. Mieshing can swallow him, and he can also swallow Mieshing. This is also a great opportunity for him, but it is too difficult to get this opportunity. Now that Mieshing had fallen into the endgame he had set up by himself, Jian Wushuang only needed a Dharma body to swallow the extinction Dharma body to be able to master samsara in advance. But this can only be done when he reaches the Emperor. The complete reincarnation, the power contained, is really not weak in time and space. If Jian Wushuang is expected to reach the 9 tribulations in the future, then he will be able to master 2 abilities. One is time and space, and the other is reincarnation. The sum of the 2 is the cycle of time and space. This is much more powerful than pure time and space. Back then, Teacher Xuanyi was able to find him only by relying on the power of time and space. When he masters the cycle of time and space, he may be able to escape the long river of time and space. Thinking of this, Jian Wushuang was a little excited. Thanks, extinction. I won't give you another chance. Jian Wushuang decided to leave. When the time and space vortex, he did not explore those fragments again. Okanshu, Kam has to leave everything. It's just that now this fragment has not been completely consumed. He still needs to wait here. In God. The dying man stared at Jian Wushuang below, his eyes deep. How could he know? As Jian Wushuang said, once the power of reincarnation was first mastered by him, the chance of extinction would be very small. But now all the methods available are used, just can't hold Jian Wushuang. Master, I am afraid I will be defeated in this life. Mieshing slowly closed his eyes, and the figure of Master appeared in his mind. That is the real Lord of Death. A pair of colorful corpses. This is the extinct Master. This corpse did not know when it entered the starry sky, and when it disappeared completely. Chapter 56:21. After Jian Wushuang sat for a few years, his figure began to dissipate. Before he left, he did not forget to taunt and die. Just make the other person angry. He is not afraid of the other party's dog jumping over the wall. He is afraid that the other party will not speak, as if he is preparing for some insidious trick. After the figure disappeared, the extinction in the heavens also disappeared, returning to the long river of time and space outside the original universe. But this time Jian Wushuang left the space-time vortex directly. It turned out that the time and space vortex existed because of the consciousness of extinction. After the consciousness of extinction left, Jian Wushuang also appeared directly in the cave of Mahayana Lingshan. No way. All the moves that should be used were used, and Jian Wushuang also understood his layout. Want to rely on luck to let Jian Wushuang meet his deity. It's almost unrealistic, and Jian Wushuang wasn't a fool either. He wouldn't enter the fragments of time and space, and could directly rush out of the vortex of time and space by virtue of his thought power. It's just that, at the beginning, Jian Wushuang didn't expect it to be the layout of extinction, and thought it was impossible to get out. After leaving the time and space vortex, returning to the cave of Mahayana Lingshan, he found that there was plenty of light, and there was no darkness at all. On the walls on both sides are exquisite murals. A few steps ahead is the exit. Call. Jian Wushuang took a sigh of relief and finally returned to the real world. He has experienced too much these days. Take a step, leave the cave in an instant, and reach the entrance of the cave. Gong Miaoyi and Qianqing Buddha were waiting for him outside. Thank you too. After Jian Wushuang came out, he gave a fist to the two of them. Gong Miaoyi didn't say much and stepped aside. Thousand-Star Buddha put his hands together and said, "This yellow-beam dream of a good man, I am afraid that he has gone through many difficulties and dangers. Let's go to the Gyuri tree and talk about it. Where can I help the good man with a good futon? Calm your mind." "Thank you, Thousand-Star Buddha Lord." Jian Wushuang put his hands together. "Thanks again. It's just that he is now complete with Tao Xian, and he doesn't need external objects to repair his state of mind." But the other party was sincere. How could he be embarrassed to refuse? Jian Wushuang turned his head and glanced at Gong Miaoi and tentatively said, "Together?" "No." Gong Miaoi shook his head. Seeing the other party's determination, Jian Wushuang was not good at persisting, but he still handed out a mustard seed, which contained Nie Yuan's kendo inheritance and some treasures. Make up for it. At the beginning, he also regarded the opponent as a pawn. Speaking of which, if Gong Miaoi didn't meet him, there would be nothing wrong with him. Honestly inheriting the inheritance of his mother after obtaining the blood Luo Jing, I am afraid that he will not be afraid of any enemies. Everything is fate. After sighing, Jian Wushuang followed Qianqing Buddha. He hasn't got the heart of the beast yet, but he is already thinking about the heart of Gyuri, the second soul. That is the second life. The cost of Taoist cultivation of the second soul is not too great, and the whole Gyuri heart is not needed, but after the emperor wants to cultivate the second soul body, I am afraid that you need the entire Gyuri heart. NS. I just don't know what the other party will think of him when this request is made. Even if I eat and take, I don't have a face anymore. The second soul is actually called the ordinary time. Now, it should be said that it is the second source. Jian Wushuang was originally the 2 roots, and then he cultivated the 3 roots. He had thought about the third source. He used the life source and then swallowed the dead body and became the source of reincarnation. It's perfect. He has now begun to calculate how many treasures he can take away in his hand, and he will mention it to the Thousand-Star Buddha at that time. Soon after sitting down, someone sent the heart of the beast god. Jian Wushuang didn't make a fuss about this. The future is so miserable that he has got the heart of the beast god, which is nothing. Taking the heart of the beast god, Jian Wushuang took out a supreme eternal treasure from the mustard seed. "Master of the world, please accept this little gadget. It's so disturbing this time." Jian Wushuang was extremely polite and almost squeezed it directly into the other's mustard seeds. The world has never seen this scene and tried to avoid it, but its eyes have been fixed on the Thousand-Star Buddha. Thousand-Star Buddha coughed dryly and said calmly, "Since it is the kindness of a good man, you will accept it in the world." "Amit Ba, thank you for your kindness." Universal took the scepter and liked it very much in my heart. This is the ultimate eternal treasure. There are very few sixth-order emperors. After the world went down, only the 2 of them were left, sitting and drinking tea. Jian Wushuang had raised up in his heart for a long time, but he didn't have the face to speak out. Unexpectedly, Thousand-Star Buddha took the initiative to mention it. "Unparalleled scholar, what do you think of this Gyuri tree?" Thousand-Star Buddha kicked his hands and looked up at Gyuri. Jian Wushuang didn't figure it out for a while, but he continued up and said, "This Gyuri tree is indeed extraordinary. Not only can it calm the mind, but the inner Gyuri heart can also allow the emperor to cultivate a second origin." Ha! The rumors are a bit exaggerated. If it is an ordinary emperor, he can still cultivate the second source, but at my level there is no hope anymore, so this ancient number is useless to me. Continued. I was young and was not qualified to practice the second source, but when I am qualified, it is already in his twilight years. This time Jian Wushuang could see that when Qianqing Buddha wanted to cultivate the second source before, he didn't have the qualifications. When he was qualified, his realm was too high, and he could no longer cultivate the second source with the help of Gyuda's heart. Now, this is to let him seize the opportunity. After Jian Wushuang felt the other's mind, he leaked a knowing smile, directly open, and say, "This time the thousand-star Buddha has a great favor to someone from the sword. Just say what you need." The unparalleled scholar is serious. It is a trivial matter to remove the killing and robbery. As for the heart of the beast god, it is not owned by this mountain. Now it is regarded as the original owner, and the good scholar has already given a reward. How dare you ask for it again? Qian Xinfu quickly shied away. This time Jian Wushuang frowned. He didn't quite understand what the old monk was asking for. After Qian Xing saw Jian Wushuang's doubts, Calm paused and said, "This time there is indeed a small matter that I want Wushuang good men to help. If this matter can be achieved, this Mahayana Lingshan, you can get it if you are good at it." This is extremely domineering. It seemed like he kept saying everything. This Mahayana spirit mountain is not the only one of Qianxing. Hey, this is too simple for me. Let's talk about it. Jian Wushuang leaked a smile and waited for Qianxing Buddha. Qianxing Buddha took a sip of tea and said in a low voice, "Help me and Master Jinling bring a message." "Bring something?" Jian Wushuang leaned back slightly, looking at Qianxing in surprise. It's not surprising that the other party knows the true spirit. These years, the true spirit can be said to be deeply rooted in people's hearts. Yes, just bring a sentence. Chapter 56:22. Although Jian Wushuang was surprised, it was not a big deal to him. He agreed directly. "Then thank you, Wushuang, good fellow. Please send this mustard seed to Master True Spirit." Qianxing bowed slightly, then took out a mustard seed and handed it to Jian Wushuang. When Jian Wushuang took it, a trace of thought power had deepened, but he was a little surprised to find that he couldn't even open it. But thinking about it, Mahayana Lingshan is a famous mountain in ancient times, and the treasures handed down are naturally unusual. It seems that Qianxing is preparing to take Mahayana Lingshan to find true spirit for some kind of transaction. Such a pity. The other party does not know the temperament of the true spirit. For true spirit, this entire temple of Qixin is his own. Where's the deal? Thousand-star Buddha. I heard that this ancient tree can nurture the second origin. I don't know if it is true or not. Jian Wushuang leaked a smile, and at the same time took the initiative to show down. He just wants this ancient tree heart, but not too much. He is just a Taoist now. 1/3 is enough. You can pay for it, as long as the other party agrees. The other party had also hinted before, there is no reason not to agree. Qianxing wasn't a fool either. He understood right away, first took a sip of tea, then smiled and looked at Jian Wushuang. This is waiting for Jian Wushuang to pay the price. Wow! Jian Wushuang directly took out treasures of more than 100,000 square cosmic crystals, which were of various kinds. In fact, he still has a lot of cosmic crystals, but those cosmic crystals, I'm afraid they will need to be used when he is in harmony, so he didn't take them out. The value of these treasures is also worth 100,000 square meters. The most important thing is his vitality. This is priceless. A ray of green light gathered from Jian Wushuang's fingertips, and the strong vitality burst out instantly, and the good issue instantly became more energetic. I only need 1/3 of the Gyudi heart, and when I get it, I will repair the backlash of the Gyudi tree lacking the Gyudi heart, and outsiders will never see it. Jian Wushuang promised, patting his chest. Thousand-star Buddha's eyes are hot, of course because of the treasures. Mahayana Lingshan. The reason why this time was not born was because of waiting for Jian Wushuang. This was not because someone had notified Qianxing in advance, but the catastrophe had already arrived. To help Jian Wushuang now is a big receipt to become a future Jian Wushuang. Now that you can get so many treasures, it can be said that it is multitasking. As for the ancient tree, Qianxing didn't care about it. Whether it is for the Mahayana Spirit Mountain or for whatever, they will go out, repair the original source, and be able to go further. This is the dream of every one of the best. Now that the opportunity is right in front of us, how can we not grasp it? No problem. Qianxing agreed, directly. Jian Wushuang did not expect that the other party would be so atmospheric. According to his understanding, shouldn't the Gyuri tree be the #1 treasure of the Mahayana Spirit Mountain? Just take a word and give away the first treasure. Although the Gyuri tree's heart will recover, it will take an extremely long time. In that case, thank the 1,000-star Buddha Lord. Jian Wushuang directly stood up. When the matter is settled, there is nothing to talk about next. Great grace does not say thank you. There will be opportunities in the future. 1,000-star Buddha also got up, and with a stroke, he opened a hole in the ancient tree. A complete Gyuri heart appeared in front of the two of them. When Jian Wushuang saw Gu Tixin, the corners of his eyes were beating. The mental strength above is extremely strong. It is stronger than his Taoist consummation. No wonder it is the #1 treasure. Through the space, Qianxing Buddha directly took 1/3 of the Gyuri tree heart and handed it to Jian Wushuang. The ancient tree also dimmed a lot in the next moment. But Jian Wushuang has the power of life and can help Gudishu recover. This is a thank you. After taking out 1/3 of the Gyuri tree's heart, the gap disappeared. If it's a commonplace or immortal who doesn't understand space, I think it's pushing away the ancient tree. Actually, it is not. 1,000-star Buddha just cut a certain layer through the 9 layers of space, and then took out the heart from the intact ancient tree. This is the same as the emperor going to kill a commonplace. It is possible to take out the other's heart without harming the other's body. This is space. The mundane can only see the essence of space. They are able to grasp the core through the essence. After Jian Wushuang got Gyuri's heart, this trip to the West was completed successfully. Before leaving, he sent a group of life force into the Gyuri tree, and after bidding farewell to the 1,000-star Buddha, he completely left the Mahayana Lingshan mountain. This time, he did not choose to take the teleportation array. Instead, he let go of all his strength and chose to fly to the temple headquarters alone. His current speed is much faster than before. Under normal circumstances, it can be comparable to the top, exercising the eternal changes. It is possible to reach the ultimate perfection. The black hole in space and the heart of Tao are perfect. Jian Wushuang, who once felt the ultimate, now looks back and feels that he has no limits at all, only constant transcendence. Right now, he has only one opportunity left. That is Hadao. Go in harmony with the most perfect posture. Boom! The breath on his body continued to soar, flying against a huge lake, blowing up countless waves. Now he not only has his Tao heart consummated, but his aura has also reached the most perfect state. Jian Wushuang, who had originally planned to join forces on the spot, still felt a little unstable. With his current strength, going to the Tomb Mountain is a breeze. Go to the temple first, and take the super teleportation array to reach the secret realm of the tomb. It only takes about a day to reach the mountain of the tomb. For him, it really wasn't a test. Now the special beings in the secret realm of the tomb have basically been moved to the primitive universe and went to the outside world to fight. The strong who stayed in the 4 secret realms were few and far between. So after Jian Wushuang got out of Mahayana Lingshan, he didn't meet a superpower. Temple headquarters. In other words, the White Tiger Palace is more accurate. Among the four main halls, the White Tiger Hall, the most powerful one, and the White Tiger Hall that used to be under great pressure, is now a bit depressed because the pressure has reached the Qinglong Palace. The outside world is under the management of Qinglong Temple. Inside is the White Tiger Palace. Now that there is no threat inside, the White Tiger Palace has naturally depressed. However, Bai Yi, the master of the White Tiger Palace, was a little bit embarrassed. He had crushed the four secret realms for an entire era. Okay, and Angshu, calm now that I am free. I am a little uncomfortable. When Jian Wushuang arrived, he directly saw the deity of Bai Yi, who was in the main hall, which was also a little surprised. Once this busy man wanted to meet, it was extremely difficult. Even if you see it, it's just a clone. Now, the deity is sitting in the hall and drinking very leisurely. It is very similar to the original Long Yi. The four secret realms have become back gardens. Bai Yi was also stunned when he felt Jian Wushuang's extremely powerful aura. As the world is extremely peaceful today, he hasn't paid attention to the aura of a strong man in the heavens, and now he is shocked when he sees Jian Wushuang. End of this chapter. Chapter 56:23. After discovering that it was Jian Wushuang, his brows frowned slightly. Jian Wushuang, who was extremely restrained and absolutely exposed, was actually so powerful. Jian Wushuang, are you in harmony? Bai Yi was a little unsure, because now he can't see through Jian Wushuang either. Standing outside the teleportation array, Jian Wushuang looked up to the outside world, piercing through. Seeing Bai Yi, who was above the main hall, he leaked a smile, and then he flashed into the White Tiger Hall. Jian Wushuang, standing in the hall, was neither humble nor overbearing, and said with a light smile, "Zhixiao is not yet in harmony. I didn't expect the Lord to be here, knowing that I came here to visit in advance. This is only an era. You have come to my place, but you are the invincible Dao Jun." Bai Yi looked at Jian Wushuang, a little embarrassed. Yao thought that when he saw Jian Wushuang for the first time, although he was also a Taoist, Jian Wushuang at that time was the strongest, but comparable to the second-order emperor. Today's breath is only weak to his deity, the strength of the four main hall masters, although there are strong and weak. But the weakest is also stronger than the gods. They are all capable of being comparable to the existence of Tribulation Realm. Now, Jian Wushuang is in his peak state, but he has reached the ultimate perfection. It is indeed only a bit weaker than them. Hall Master Miaozan, Wushuang is just good luck. Jian Wushuang was as humble as ever. Bai Yi shook his head and said, "Your accomplishment is by no means luck, but your powerful Dao Xian." With a seven-orifice, exquisite heart, Bai Yi saw that Jian Wushuang's mood was like a majestic lake without any waves. It is definitely the Taoist consummation. "You are here this time. Are you going to the Tomb's sacred mountain?" Bai Yi asked tentatively. Jian Wushuang smiled and nodded, and replied, "It is indeed to go to the Tomb Mountain. Speaking of which, I have never been to the Tomb Mountain. I have always heard how powerful the Tomb Mountain is. This is the first time he has visited. Although he has nothing to improve now, he still has some expectations. That is the expectation of becoming an emperor. On the one hand, he is looking forward to what he will become after becoming an emperor. On the other hand, it was because he looked forward to how he would be transformed as a monarch on the Tomb Sacred Mountain after he died. The Taoist monarchs with ordinary qualifications like tearing the sky can cultivate so fast after being in harmony. Then what will happen to him after he is in harmony? After hearing Jian Wushuang's answer, Bai Yi nodded and said affirmatively, "It's time to go and see. That is the real holy land for cultivation. Come on, I will personally open the teleportation formation for you and directly teleport you to the tomb of the gods." Bai Yi got up directly and took Jian Wushuang into the teleportation formation. Jian Wushuang didn't expect the other party to be so polite. He also quickly thanked him, and then entered the teleportation formation. This is also caused by his strong strength. Even Bai Yi, a puppet, looked at him with admiration. The future temple of Qixin may really be pinned on Jian Wushuang. Now that the outside world is in great chaos, the arrival of the Temple of Destruction is even more sensational than the Temple of Qi. In terms of treasures, it is no weaker than Qixin Temple. Now, it's just an era, and it can be evenly matched with the inheritors in the Temple of Qixin. The Temple of Qixin in the future will definitely enter a low point for a period of time, because there are fewer and fewer inheritors in the Temple of Qixin. But there are more and more powerhouses in the Temple of Destroying the World. However, the true spirit is worried about the calculation of extinction, and the death is also worried about the calculation of the true spirit. Although there are few Yangtzeans left in the Qixin Temple, they can still maintain the selection of an era. It's just that the speed will slow down, and it won't be as fanciful as it once was. Generally speaking, there are still some fights. Sometimes they can still stand on the upper hand. Jian Wushuang also knew the rise of the Temple of Destruction from the memory of the future. Not only cultivate elite inheritors, but even some ordinary emperors are recruited, and they are not picky at all. Although the ordinary emperor's strength is not good, but the extinction has a unique treasure, a treasure that even the original Moroa time and space did not have. Holy water. Ordinary second-order emperors only need a drop of holy water to mutate the origin, but the price is that there is never room for improvement. The body will also change. This method is very similar to the sacrificing ceremony that Jian Wushuang knows. It was created by the gods, and it should be a way to amplify the body by Frosa according to a certain method in inherited memory. The Temple of Destruction of the World used the sacrifice ceremony to create a large number of powerful people. The sacrifice ceremony of the First Order Emperor can make the First Order Emperor become the Fourth Order Emperor. The Second Order Emperor can become the Fifth Order Emperor. In the primitive universe, it is not necessary to use this method to become a powerhouse of the Third Order Emperor. There are so many primitive universes in the long river of time and space, but the Third Order Emperor is a strong one regardless of that primitive universe. It only takes some inheritance to be able to develop the potential of these Third Order Emperors. Only by relying on this kind of elite emperor can he fight for a long time with the Qixin Temple. Therefore, the emperors in the sacrificial ritual are the weakest emperors. But this is also voluntary. In the face of power, they are extremely eager and do not need to induce threats at all. Unfortunately, Jian Wushuang couldn't get out. If it hadn't been for extinction to target him, he would also like to go out to meet those powerful opponents in the long river of time and space. Today's long river of time and space is different from the past. There are a lot of extreme peaks. Moreover, there are also many ultimate emperors in the Temple of Destruction. The moment the teleportation array was opened, Jian Wushuang instantly descended on the secret realm of the tomb. The vastness, the turbidity, and the silence made Jian Wushuang feel that this place was a continent left by the barbaric era. Perhaps it is really an ancient continent left by the barbaric time and space of Moroa. Jian Wushuang took a step forward, and the familiar feeling passed into his body. Jian Wushuang had felt that breath in Moroa's time and space. It should be the power from the age of God. This shows that there are treasures from the heavens in the tomb of the gods. Jian Wushuang was not surprised by this. The Qixin can become a powerhouse in the Eight Tribulations realm in half a step, and I am afraid that he will not miss the treasures in the heavens. Otherwise, it won't be crushed to death. Udakanchu. It was not until the fall that he chose to cooperate with extinction. The body shape kept teleporting. Jian Wushuang also had countless thoughts in his heart. Soon, hundreds of millions of miles away, he saw the majestic Tomb Mountain. On the thread-shaped mountain, there is a vast ocean or a sea. There is also a forest of towering giant trees. They are entangled with each other on the Tomb God Mountain, and one mountain has all the sights of a world. It really is magical. Jian Wushuang's aura began to converge, and that powerful aura fell into the black hole, and then returned to calm just like an ordinary emperor. When he reappeared, Jian Wushuang was already on top of a huge warship. Chapter 56:24. Above the bow, a large flag belonging to the Vermilion Bird Palace was also flying. Jian Wushuang, the woman with a touch of scarlet armor, exclaimed when she saw the strong man suddenly appeared on the deck. Hearing "don't call his own name," Jian Wushuang also turned his head to look around, and when he found that he was an acquaintance, he smiled lightly. Zhu Qi. This big ship was sent to the inheritors after the Vermilion Palace contest. Only by riding this warship can we travel through time and space and enter the Tomb Mountain. Regardless of where the Tomb Mountain is, even Jian Wushuang, it is impossible to fly over. Only by riding the corresponding treasure can you enter the Tomb Mountain, because the time and space of Tomb God Mountain and the time and space of God Tomb are not together. Just looking at it with the naked eye, the two are together. Jian Wushuang was also lucky and happened to encounter a warship that sent the inheritors who had just been selected into the Tomb Mountain. Unexpectedly, Zhu Qi was an acquaintance who was in this battleship. At the beginning, the opponent sent him to Moin Mountain. It seems that there is still some kind of relationship with Shanjun. What a coincidence, Zhu Qi's messenger. Jian Wushuang smiled lightly. In a blink of an eye, he has surpassed the opponent too much. The messengers of the four great halls were all ordinary puppets made by the gods using the leftover materials left over when refining the four great hall masters. Although he also has a 7-orifice exquisite heart, his combat power is far worse. It's just a fifth-order emperor. Now, Jian Wushuang could tear them apart with a single blow. Why are you here? Zhu Qi stood up, walked directly to Jian Wushuang, and asked. As he approached, Jian Wushuang's eyes clearly saw the symmetrical gaps on the opponent's face, and he was surprised by Shanjun's eyes. But since the other party asked, he answered honestly. Hearing that Jian Wushuang was also going to the Tomb Shinshan, Zhu Qi was not surprised, but asked about Shanjun. As soon as the words were spoken, he regretted a little. She felt that Jian Wushuang's aura was very weak, and she was at the level of an ordinary emperor, and asking it was equivalent to not asking. After all, she had been in the Vermilion Bird Palace in Primitive Realm, and she didn't know much about Jian Wushuang, but she had heard that Jian Wushuang was the invincible Daojun. On the deck, thousands of inheritors discovered that a strange man suddenly appeared on the deck, and they seemed to know the messenger from the Vermilion Bird Palace, and they were very curious. Some of these little guys are Taoists, and some are Dayan immortals. I was very curious about everything in front of me, so I looked over. When they heard Jian Wushuang's name, they were all taken aback. Then someone exclaimed, "Invincible Daojun, Jian Wushuang?" Although they were in the great world of Xuanwu Temple before the trial, some of their ancestors had entered the Qixin Temple early, and their status was not low if you couldn't enter the Xuanwu Hall before. However, after the Temple of Destruction of the World appeared, Xuanwu Hall changed its normal state, not only took out a lot of puppets to help the Qinglong Temple conquer, but also included many puppets together with Tianjiao. Among these people, there was a glimpse of Jian Wushuang's graceful emperor. They told their younger generations to enter the Tomb Mountain in the future, and do not seek to surpass Jian Wushuang. As long as they can reach the realm of Jian Wushuang after being in harmony, Jian Wushuang has the best combat power. If these little guys can become the best in the future, that would be pretty good. The difficulty of the Tribulation Realm is too great. This is an epic, and the countless resources of the Qixin Temple have been smashed down, and no Tribulation Realm has been able to appear. One can imagine how difficult it is. So, to this day, the pinnacle is still the pinnacle. The outside world is the same. Jian is a super strong. Basically, it is difficult to fall. Moreover, there are very few absolute powerhouses in the Temple of Destruction. The two sides have been fighting for so long so far, and it is only an expedition in the universe. Every conquest of the universe starts from the bottom. Afterwards, the fight continued to rise to the Super Emperor and Powerhouse. The general cosmic conquest, the participation of the Sixth Order Emperor, is a great battle, and even the inside of the Qixin Temple will discuss it, not to mention the absolute top. So Zhu Jian will become the pinnacle of this long river of time and space for a long time, unless there is a large number of Robbery Realm powerhouses. But at the moment, it seems unlikely. When the Temple of Misunderstanding comes, Mission has never appeared before. It should be the same as the true spirit. If you want to maintain the Temple of Misunderstanding, you must become thousands of people. Let's talk about Jian Wushuang at this time. Hearing Zhu Qi's question, his face trembled, and his face turned red for a while. His current strength is indeed able to fish out the mountain monarch who was originally suppressed in the second prison, but the mountain monarch is now gone, taken away by extinction. I'm sorry about Shanjun. Jian Wushuang clasped his fists in both hands, apologizing. If it was earlier, perhaps he would succeed. But even if it succeeds, he has no choice but to take away from the extinction. You can only think of a solution after he is in harmony. Now, he owes a lot of cause and effect. Although after the cause and effect are eliminated, these cause and effect can't help him. But after all, he has to pay it back. Zhu Qi's eyes changed, resisting the sadness in his heart, shook his head, pretending to be calm, and said, "It's okay. It's not your fault. You shouldn't be in harmony now." Feeling Jian Wushuang's embarrassment, Zhu Qi quickly changed the subject. She knew that Shanjun valued Jian Wushuang, so she also had a good impression of Jian Wushuang. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang felt even more uncomfortable. He was too wasteful to hear it. But it is true. No one can be protected. This time I went to the Tomb Mountain. I was preparing to join the Tao. Jian Wushuang said indifferently. Zhu Qi nodded and encouraged, "With your strength, it is not difficult to be in harmony, not to mention your current Taoism is very strong, and you will surely succeed. Don't disappoint those who can't come back." People who can't come back. There were also tears in Jian Wushuang's eyes. Yes, he can't let down those who can't come back, those who have helped him hope that he will become extremely powerful, and he can't live up to it. "I will." Jian Wushuang nodded solemnly. There is also light in Zhu Qi's eyes. Her strength is too weak. It is impossible to save the mountain monarch. Okanshu, Kam can only pin his hopes on Jian Wushuang. After saying this, he left the deck without saying anything. He also told Jian Wushuang that it would take an hour to reach the Tomb Mountain in the shuttle times. For only an hour, Jian Wushuang was naturally not in a hurry and stood on the deck of the bow staring at the muddy void, but the law bodies in the source had been cultivating all the time. Although he has reached consummation in all aspects now, it doesn't mean he doesn't need to cultivate. Regarding Hideo's specialization, he dare not stop for a moment. The failure of the future makes him unable to tolerate any sand. Can't fail. While he was practicing silently, Several inheritors who hadn't been to the tomb gathered around. It's just that they all felt that the aura on Jian Wushuang's body was not simple. Even if Jian Wushuang had converged a little, he still had some of the aura of an emperor. Chapter 56:25. Dao Jun, who can rival the emperor, is indeed an incomparable powerhouse in their eyes. Today's testers, because they were trained earlier in the Xuanwu Hall, have good strengths. Among them, there are several ultimate Taoist monarchs, which are already comparable to the second-order emperors. Naturally, he was very interested in the name of Jian Wushuang Wudi Dao Jun. Although knowing that it is highly probable that he is not an opponent, I still want to see how powerful the invincible Dao Jun is, so that their ancestors can say that they can reach Jian Wushuang Daojun's combat power after being in harmony. You are Jian Wushuang. A crisp woman's voice came. Jian Wushuang slowly turned his head. His long hair covered his profile face. And after discovering that it was a few little guys, Jian Wushuang said indifferently, "What's wrong?" The woman who spoke took a step forward with determination in her eyes and said, "Junior Ji family dynasty, Ji Wushuang want to ask seniors for advice or two." Ji family dynasty? Jian Wushuang raised his brows and asked, "What is your relationship with Ji Chaoyang?" Ji Wushuang looked happy and quickly replied, "It's the younger emperor's uncle. Your Ji family. It is a blessing to be able to produce two ultimate Taoists." Jian Wushuang praised. Ji Chaoyang is probably a sixth-order emperor now, and it is not difficult for him. Now, there is a little niece who is already the ultimate Dao Jun, whose strength is comparable to that of an ordinary second-order emperor, and her future achievements may not be worse than her emperor's uncle. Moreover, the name was somewhat similar to him, and the other party was also very young, less than an epoch. It seemed that he had chosen this name deliberately, Ji Wushuang. It's really a good name. When he heard Jian Wushuang's praise, Ji Wushuang's face also had a proud look. When the Qixin temple did not appear, the Ji family dynasty had a fourth-order emperor sitting in town, and there was also an old ancestor of the fifth-order emperor who had been wandering through the long river of time and space. Today's Ji family has not only the ultimate sixth-order emperors such as Ji Chaoyang, but also two sixth-order ordinary emperors and dozens of fifth-order emperors. If it was in the past and could dominate the universe, it's just that now the various family forces are in the explosive period, which is not so obvious. But it is also the top 10 superpower in the original universe. Ji Wushuang, the proud daughter of heaven, naturally feels extremely proud of her family. I and your emperor uncle, it can be regarded as a bad relationship. Since you junior has spoken, I will do a few tricks with you. Jian Wushuang turned around with a smile on his face. Cultivation is not short of this time. These little guys are staring at him with feverish eyes. How can he know that? Then use some strength to frustrate their spirit. After Ji Wushuang heard it, he was extremely excited and immediately burst out all his breath, causing ripples. "Master Wushuang, must be careful. My trick is not small." Ji Wushuang is also very good at connecting, directly confirming the relationship between the two people's uncles and nephews. Jian Wushuang didn't care about it. He was counted according to seniority, and he really wanted to call him Uncle Master. If he can go to JIS house with his current strength, I'm afraid that old ancestor can't call him a brother too much. Come on. Jian Wushuang's aura remained unchanged, only raising a finger. In an instant, the breath on the fingers rose suddenly. All the onlookers backed away, feeling the power of the aura. However, there was a black-clothed man standing at the top of the battlefield with his hands around his chest, staring at everything below, and seeing the breath erupting from Jian Wushuang's fingers. His eyes shrank, and his heart was surprised. That power can actually rival me. The black robe covering his face was a little surprised. His name is Jiaying. He is the strongest Taoist among the trialists this time. The surface can be comparable to the second-order peak emperor, but the real strength is comparable to the third-order peak emperor. It's just that among these testers, no one can let him use his full strength. He is very confident in his own strength. He is the first person in the Xuanwu Temple. Now that he has become a Taoist, he goes to the Tomb Mountain and feels that he is the first. No one will surpass him. Comparable to the third-order peak emperor, his current ultimate way is only the 8th level. There is still a lot of room for improvement. It is not a problem for the future to be comparable to Tier 4 or even Tier 5 emperors. I have always heard how powerful the ultimate Taoist in the Tomb God Mountain is, and the war spirit in my heart has long since risen to the peak. This time I didn't expect to encounter Jian Wushuang, who is known as the invincible Daojun. He was ready to shoot, but he didn't expect to be robbed in front by those family disciples of Ji Wushuang. He was born in a casual cultivator, and he has always looked down upon the children of his family, feel that they are wasting resources. Having had countless resources since childhood, the result was not as good as a casual cultivator. It was indeed a waste of resources. However, this is a matter of birth, and I cannot blame others. On the deck, after Ji Wushuang felt Jian Wushuang's powerful aura, he took the lead without fear at all. Frost. A chill came, and countless ice blades instantly surrounded Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang looked around and raised some interest. Interesting. Countless ice blades continue to attack, and every ice blade can kill the emperor. This mastery is not bad. I am afraid it is the pinnacle of mastery. Ji Wushuang's ultimate way is the ice way. When it was displayed, the whole person was cold, his complexion was calm, but there was a cold expression in his eyes. The field of ice found that Jian Wushuang was able to avoid the ice blade perfectly, faster than her ice blade. Ji Wushuang directly used the strongest method, the domain of ice. Under this realm, a layer of frost was formed in the nearby space. Jian Wushuang's speed actually slowed down. In the field of ice roads, it is most capable of suppressing speed. Ji Wushuang was overjoyed in his heart, and once again used the ice blade to siege Jian Wushuang. Those who watched the inheritors also showed joy in their faces. To win, Jian Wushuang's speed has slowed down. No one can block the ice blade. Even if it blocks, it will be seriously injured. The name of this invincible Daojun is about to be taken off. Several family children who admire Ji Wushuang have cheered for Ji Wushuang. However, there are also a few ultimate Taoists who found that things are not that simple. Okanshu, calm because Jian Wushuang started to dodge and didn't face the hard ice blade head-on. I'm afraid it wasn't because he didn't dare. Facing Bingyan, Jian Wushuang did not hide again this time. This realm can indeed suppress his speed, but as long as he leaks a little breath, he can break the realm in an instant. Just treat the juniors. There is no need to be so serious. When the ice blade struck, he did not dodge, but pointed it out and directly confronted the ice blade. Just when many people thought Jian Wushuang was going to be unlucky, they found that Bing blade actually began to fuse when it touched Jian Wushuang's fingers. That's the ice blade of the ultimate way. So Jian Wushuang actually cracked it. Ji Wushuang was also shocked and quickly mobilized more ice blades to attack. But Jian Wushuang remained motionless. His was amazing, and he cracked all the ice blades in just an instant. Chapter 56:26. Finally, it is a point that breaks the space and points out a pole in the space of the domain of ice. With this as the core, it instantly swept all the surrounding space, constantly swallowing all the power of the ice domain into a small black hole that was turned into a pole. Zhu Qi in the cabin also opened her eyes at this time. Originally, she didn't care. It was just a fight between the juniors. Unexpectedly, Jian Wushuang had already used the power of the black hole to this point. This is a complete black hole in space, and it appears to have been a breakthrough for a long time. To master the space black hole, the inheritor, the emperor, also needs to reach the Sixth Order Emperor to do it. It seemed that the name of Invincible Daojun was really not a lie, and it was more powerful than they thought. On the deck, these inheritors didn't know what kind of method Jian Wushuang used, but when Jian Wushuang broke Ji Wushuang's skills so easily, they couldn't help looking at Jian Wushuang in shock. Is it just broken? That is the ultimate realm, the realm that can suppress the Second Order Emperor strong, someone exclaimed. Ji Ying, standing on the top of the ship, was also extremely shocked. Even if he wanted to break this field, he would have to spend some means, but Jian Wushuang would not expect Jian Wushuang to do it so easily. This made his fighting spirit even more boiling. Suspended in midair, Ji Wushuang put away his breath. After falling on the deck, he didn't feel a trace of loss. On the contrary, there was joy on his face. He walked to Jian Wushuang and said kindly, "Uncle Wushuang, the junior has lost. I didn't expect Master Uncle's strength to be so powerful that he would break my ice field with just one finger." Wushuang, you must remember that the support of the domain is not your ultimate way, but your understanding of space. The stronger your spatial realm, the stronger your domain. Jian Wushuang liked the other party very much. Her character reminded her of some wrong paths in her practice. But even if he didn't remind him, there would be someone to teach when he went to the Tomb Mountain. Ji Wushuang nodded in agreement very cleverly. Afterwards, the familiar Jian Wushuang chatted about trials in the primitive world and introduced Jian Wushuang to her friends one by one. Many of the ancestors of them are related to Jian Wushuang, such as the descendants of Wan Yan and the new disciples of Zhenwuyang. The disciple of Zhen Wuyang was also from Desiyu, but he was not more than an era old, so Jian Wushuang naturally didn't know him. But they can be regarded as fellow villagers, all from Desiyu. Although he was a Taoist who walked through the 10,000 ways, his strength was not weak for those ultimate Taoists. When he introduced him to the other side, Jian Wushuang also nodded at the little guy. This made the little guy very excited. The two prides of Desiyu, one is Zhen Wuyang. Needless to say, the other is Jian Wushuang. Although Jian Wushuang has not been out, there are many rumors about him from the outside world. An era ago, he was the invincible Daojun. Today's strength is even more unfathomable. Not only can I see such a legendary character now, but it is also a great honor for the other person to remember himself. Jian Wushuang didn't have much air, unlike some old guys who liked to rank seniors, but talked with these juniors casually. He is also a Taoist monarch. For him, it doesn't matter if their ancestors have some friendship with him. After Dao Xian was consummated, Jian Wushuang's heart had no distracting thoughts, and only constant strength was the way to pursue. Regarding the name, I don't care. Call. A figure fell from the sky and directly rushed to disperse the crowd. Several powerful Dao monarchs who were close to Jian Wushuang were also pulled away by that person. Actually, let those Dao monarchs have no power to fight back. The opponent's strength is obviously beyond everyone. Invincible Daojun. The visitor was Jie Ying, and he said calmly, "It's better to return this title to a suitable person." Jian Wushuang leaked a smile and said calmly, "I want it, just take it." No, there must be a testimony." Jie Ying looked around and said, "For example, defeat you in front of them. You don't have to worry so much. They'll be in harmony soon." Jian Wushuang said calmly, standing in place, "The name will be returned to a more suitable person by then." Jie Ying's tone went cold, and he sternly said, "Then if I want to do it at this time, come and get it." Jian Wushuang saw through the other side's details at a glance, and his strength was good, comparable to the Third Order Emperor. In the first batch of their inheritors, the only one who could reach this state was the powerhouse of the ultimate light path. It seems that the other party is really not easy. It was too late. The next moment, Jiaying had already started. 10,000 me! An angry shout came. The inheritors around him retreated in an instant. Ji Wushuang's complexion changed drastically, and he quickly reminded him, "Be careful, uncle. This person is the ultimate shadow path and can be transformed into thousands. The strength of each shadow clone is not weaker than the deity. The shadow path is special, let alone the ultimate shadow path." This move Wan Wu is somewhat similar to Wanyan's Wanying Liu. Each shadow avatar possesses the combat power of the Third Order Peak Emperor and has been able to match the Fourth Order Emperor. As soon as you come up, you will do your best. It was the extreme shadow that broke out completely. Everyone was surprised again and again, but he didn't expect that the first person among the trialists had reservations. Jian Wushuang didn't change his face. Million me? In other words, it is a low-profile version of whinnying. This trick does not pose any threat to him. Through space, he can find the other person's true body, but there is no need to directly act on his real body. This is a bit too bullying. Since he is a powerful shadow Dao, his physical body can be divided into thousands or even hundreds of millions. Jian Wushuang just spit out in one breath, and countless clones instantly surrounded the tens of thousands of shadow groups. How is this possible? Jiaying was surprised. Standing below Ji Wushuang was also surprised. He heard from Emperor Ji Chaoyang that the origin of Jian Wushuang is the ultimate kendo. It can be seen from the infinitely powerful divine sword behind Jian Wushuang. How can he also cultivate Shadow Dao? Then everyone discovered something was wrong. The extreme shadow of 10,000 mi is the true shadow clone. But Jian Wushuang is different. Each of his clones has a physical body and origin, and also has the life force of the deity that is not weak. For them, these countless Jian Wushuang are no different from the deity. Jian Wushuang's deity stood in place, looked up at the extreme shadow of the sky, and said directly to his real body, "Do you still want to do it?" This sentence directly frightened Jiaying. "Do you know the position of my deity?" Jiaying stared at Jian Wushuang in surprise, his pupils directly maximized. Regarding Jian Wushuang's clone, he was even more surprised that Jian Wushuang could see through his real body. Chapter 56:27. His space realm has reached the realm of condensing stars, hidden in the space, mixed with the shadow clone. Unless it is a Sixth Order Emperor, otherwise he can't find his true body at all. Could it be that he is a Sixth Order Emperor? Jiaying couldn't believe it. Even if he enters the Tomb Mountain and allows him to practice for hundreds of millions of years, he still has no confidence that he has the power of a Sixth Order Emperor when he is a Taoist monarch. Dao Jun could have the power of a Sixth Order Emperor. He couldn't believe it. No wonder it is the invincible Dao Jun. At this moment, Jiaying was convinced. Although he hasn't done anything yet, he already knows that he can't defeat Jian Wushuang. It's too bad. However, he did not give up either. A rare opportunity. How can you catch it at your fingertips? Whinnying condensed the real body and instantly turned into a majestic polar shadow deity. At that moment, Jiaying's combat power completely reached the Fourth Order Emperor. This is his limit. He has never been forced to this point. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang also took away the clone. In the next moment, he actually pulled out the Jueyun sword. This scene left everyone in a daze. No need to do this. Draw the sword directly. That was the Jueyun sword, and the power contained in it was not weak in the tribulation realm, but just as soon as it was pulled out, it made these little guys hold their breath one after another, and they didn't dare to breathe. Zhu Qi in the cabin also stood up, but she was not surprised that Jian Wushuang would pull out the Jueyun sword. But a super special life appeared in the outside world. According to common sense, there is no special life around the Tomb Mountain. There are also special beings who are bound by gods and demons, and they completely take refuge in the Tomb Mountain. But the one who appeared now was not bound by the magic circle at all. Before the warship entered time and space shuttle, it appeared behind the warship. The powerful divine body unique to a special life has a full sense of oppression. Jian Wushuang drew his sword precisely because of that special life. Although his power of mind did not deliberately watch the tide around, it can also cover a large world around him. When the opponent first appeared, he felt something was wrong. After he felt a force of death in the opponent's body, he became vigilant. However, the strength of that special life is SOSO. If extinction is aimed at him, it is not enough. It's just the pinnacle. The special life of this kind of strength could not threaten him at all. Under normal circumstances, he only needs a sword to instantly kill the opponent. Kindness. The special life with open arms found that there was more than one emperor and queen on this warship carrying thousands of inheritors, and he was taken aback. No, he is a Taoist. Then this special life thought of something, and he was suddenly terrified. With the aura of an emperor, but not an emperor, there is only one person. It is the legendary invincible Taoist. Jian Wushuang really want to meet this invincible Daojun. This time he is afraid that he will fail. He was ordered to come and kill the inheritor, and the first time he did it, he met Dalu Jian Wushuang, and he was also unlucky. In the intelligence, Jian Wushuang has the ultimate strength. He is not an opponent at all, but he still has the certainty of escape because of his divine body more than 60,000 times. Even the pinnacle can't kill him. The Zhu Qi on the battleship is directly transmitting the sound of the tomb's sacred mountain. Suddenly, a special life of the highest level appeared, and it was behind the battleship, which was absolutely strange. She didn't dare to make jokes about the inheritors of the whole ship. Now that there are fewer and fewer inheritors, no more mistakes can be made. This request for help was sent directly to the Tomb Mountain, and the clone of the true spirit was naturally known. However, when Jian Wushuang was on the battleship, he stopped Hui Qing, who was going to rescue the battleship. At the foot of the Tomb God Mountain, Hui Qing was a little surprised when he was stopped, but after hearing Jian Wushuang, he understood. But in his clear eyes, it was no longer clear. On the deck of the battleship, after Zhu Qi sent a request for help, he rushed towards Jian Wushuang quickly, trying to remind them. On the deck, apart from Jian Wushuang, no one spotted that special being, thinking that Jian Wushuang was going to show his hand in front of them, and deliberately pulled out the Jueyun sword. Before Zhu Qi arrived, he reminded loudly, "There is an enemy attack. Everyone enters the cabin to escape." When everyone heard Zhu Qi's voice, they turned their heads to look at Zhu Qi. At this moment, Jian Wushuang's Jueyun sword smashed into the sky with one sword. Jiaying, standing in the air, only felt that his origin had been shattered, and his flesh and gods were trembling even more. Which sword penetrated his body like this, without any hindrance? Even the preventable eternal treasure battle armor could not resist. Just when he thought he had fallen, Jiaying found that he didn't seem to be dead. But that terrifying sword indeed passed through his body. When he was surprised, everyone after hearing Zhu Qi's reminder jumped into the air and looked at the void behind the battleship. This is the first time they have seen a strong person in a special life at such a close distance. Just the majestic body makes them tremble constantly. The sword that Jian Wushuang cleaved was so small. At this moment, Zhu Qi was going crazy. These little guys did not listen to advice and looked directly at the special being at the highest level, just like a okay person. After Jian Wushuang developed the sword, he put away the Jueyun sword, walked behind Zhu Qi, and patted the opponent's shoulder, and said, Don't be afraid. He will fall right away. This place is still some distance away from the tomb god. Even if the superpower on the tomb god mountain arrives, it will take time. During this time, the warship can't stop the opponent at all. Zhu Qi shook his head in despair. She knew that that special life would fall, and that there was that kind of powerful existence on the tomb god mountain that could kill the opponent. But this takes time. The little guys in the sky were all frightened, but there were also sharp-eyed ones, and at a glance they saw which sword Jian Wushuang had previously opened. Jiaying reacted at this moment, and turned his head to look back. Only then did they understand that Ukanshu, calm Jian Wushuang, drew his sword not against Jiaying, but against that terrifying special being. That tiny sword shadow was very slow. They watched carefully, but for that special being at the highest level, this sword was too fast. He couldn't hide. Although this sword is not the first sword in the Starry Sky catalog, it is a sword that contains the true meaning of time. Others looked slow, but for the special being of the highest level, it was fast and terrifying and couldn't resist it at all. Uncle Master with 2 hands, your sword shadow is too slow. Ji Wushuang stared at the tiny sword shadow and said tremblingly, this is the superpower among the emperors. It's terrible. Jian Wushuang raised his head and said to the little guys, let Jianing fly for a while. Zhu Qi also found that something was wrong, and now it took a breath. The special being of the highest level did not attack them. End of this chapter. Chapter 56:28. Is it really a coincidence? She soared into the air, looking at the special life of the highest level, but found that the other party was moving slowly, trying to avoid that sword intent. But his speed is too slow. Much slower than Jenny. In that special lives perspective, it was only a moment. The sword intent had already arrived in front of him. As he approached, Jianying turned into a world of swords, instantly wrapped the entire majestic special life, and the sword intent filled the world. Then it broke out completely. It penetrated the body of a special life like cutting melons and vegetables, breaking the other party's divine body more than 60,000 times in an instant. The divine body is broken, and the special life falls. With just one sword, behead the top powerhouse. This scene made Zhu Qi stunned in the sky. Jian Wushuang was actually so strong. And it's not yet in harmony. A Taoist monarch beheaded the top. Among those inheritors, some of the children of large families have seen the most powerful. The breath of this special life is stronger than the best ancestors of my family. A family child showed fear. But in the next moment, that terrifying and extraordinary special being had already fallen. His body turned into countless powder. The power of the divine body was quietly collected by Jian Wushuang. He has now collected a lot of treasures of the divine body, said it was a treasure, but it was actually taken from the body of a strong god. For example, the tortoise shell of the master of the Turtle Spirit Island. There is also the body of the 8-clawed beast emperor, and now that special life divine body at the highest level. He was included in the body. After he became the emperor, he could have a full meal. In the shock of everyone, Jian Wushuang walked into the warehouse. The threat has been lifted, but those little guys are extremely excited. Dao Jun, can you be so strong? One sword, kill the top. Ji Wushuang's eyes are also glowing and hot. From this moment, the stalwart figure in front of her was no longer the emperor, but Jian Wushuang. I am afraid that now everyone has that figure left in their hearts. Jian Wushuang's appearance when he drew his sword. Just when they wanted to go back to the deck and get in touch with Jian Wushuang up close, they found that Jian Wushuang had disappeared. Zhu Qi also understood what Jian Wushuang meant, so he prohibited them from entering the cabin to disturb Jian Wushuang. Many people are a little bit lost. They are now extremely envious of Jian Wushuang, which soared, and they have endless doubts. For example, everyone is puzzled. Dao Jun beheads the top. The more powerful they are, the less they dare to ask in front of Jian Wushuang. This is about the origin, and it is provocation to explore the same existence. But these little guys are too weak, and they can be regarded as childish if they ask, Jiaying, I blame you, I have to provoke Senior Jian Wushuang. Someone blamed. Now Jiaying is more eager to talk with Jian Wushuang than them. When he saw which soared, he knew that there was no hope in this life. It was not that he would never be able to surpass Jian Wushuang in his entire life, but that he would never be able to achieve Jian Wushuang when he was in Dao Jun. The ultimate Taoist, even if he cultivates to the extreme, is at best comparable to the fifth-order peak emperor. It is impossible to match the sixth-order emperor, not to mention that it is comparable to or even beheaded. Hearing other people's ridicule, Ji Ying didn't get angry, but stood on the bow of the ship, his eyes focused on the distance, but in the bottom of his heart, he carefully pondered which sword he had just made. Although the cultivators are not from the same origin, the power contained in the sword shadow just now is too much, and he only needs to draw a trace to benefit infinitely. Originally, these little guys were more excited when they were about to reach the Tomb Sacred Mountain, but now they saw Jian Wushuang's move to kill Zhu Ding, and became even more excited. They chatted on the deck. With a smile hidden in Zhu Qi's eyes, he left quietly, looking at Jian Wushuang and Chuansang through the white screen windows. Zhu Qi felt a sense of purpose. That was the trust in Jian Wushuang and the feelings for Shanjun. She believes that Jian Wushuang will one day free Shanjun from the second prison. Now, even the four main hall masters don't know the relationship between extinction and the Qixin Temple. Zhu Qi didn't even know. So Shanjun was exterminated and looted. No one knew except True Spirit and Jian Wushuang. Maybe the inmates in the second prison know it, but they can't get out. On the contrary, the Xuanwu Hall Master and Yun Zhongjuan discovered that something was wrong. The blood demon and 10,000 demon suddenly disappeared. It's just that they think it was done by the real spirit. For this reason, Lord Yunzhong asked for the true spirit for a long time, but finally couldn't listen to the true spirit and took some advantage to send the Lord Yunzhong away. But Palace Master Xuanwu is not easy to fool around. 10,000 demons are very important to Xuanwu Temple, because 10,000 demons have a deep understanding of all things, and together with the puppets, they are the proud masters, only slightly weaker than the Xuanwu Hall Master. Such an important person suddenly disappeared, and the Xuanwu Palace Master must first suspect that it was the real spirit, but after thinking about it, something was wrong. Did not go to find the true spirit. On the contrary, the true spirit personally explained this time and said the matter of extinction. The scene at that time was very strange. The master of the Xuanwu Hall was frightened because the prophecy came true. In other words, the long river of time and space of destruction is the one in front of us. A hero appears, and everyone will be buried, including Qixin Temple. Therefore, the master of Xuanwu Hall will be so generous in the follow-up, taking out countless puppets to help the Qinglong Temple conquer the Temple of World Destruction. There are only two ways to break the Temple of Qixin. One is to become a powerhouse in the Seven Tribulations realm. This is definitely impossible. If it could be done, he would have done it early. With the current extinction, there is a high probability that it will be the strong one. Although it has half a step of the battle power of the Seven Tribulations realm, it can't be improved. After all, it's been so long. Based on what Jian Wushuang saw in Morwo's time and space, it was speculated that the original death was the powerhouse of Sanjia. However, the extinction in the heavens, although the strong man of scattered robbery, is at least the strong man of scattered robbery in the 8 tribulations realm. After all, after being separated from God, everyone can have a half-step 7 tribulation realm combat power. The other party's background is unfathomable. If you don't reach the 7 tribulations realm, you can't break the Temple of Chishan. Then there is only one way left. It is to train countless inheritors and fight against the Chishan Temple. The countless inheritors of the temple to destroy the world are trapped to death in the Temple of Chi. It's just that it hasn't worked yet. Myeshing turned into the Temple of Mishi this time. Okanshu, obviously, Kam has also made sufficient preparations. There are so many treasures in the heavens. I am afraid that there are more than the Temple of Chishan. As long as you are trapped in the divine temple, or waiting for the birth of the ancient monarch and the demon, the extinction can stabilize the divine temple. That's why he became the Temple of Destruction. This is also the same as Jian Wushuang's memory in the future world. The extinction that appeared again was just a pinnacle, the same as his strength, to devour him. So Jian Wushuang didn't dare to go out now. Even if he was in harmony, he couldn't go out. No one knows what means extinction has arranged in the outside world, is waiting for him. Jian Wushuang couldn't gamble. End of this chapter.